deregulated in 1986. Congressman Edward Markey chairs the House Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Telecommunications, which heard testimony from cable industry executives and representatives of the General Accounting Office, which conducted a study on the topic.
This morning, the subcommittee will receive and review a long-awaited survey by the General Accounting Office of Rates and Services authored by Cable Television Systems. Last Congress, this subcommittee began a series of exhaustive oversight hearings to review the impact of the Cable Act. In the course of preparing for those hearings, however, it became increasingly clear to me that no conclusive study or analysis of rate increases in the years subsequent to passage of the Cable Act was available. For that reason, I requested the General Accounting Office, the federal government's auditors, to initiate an extensive review of changes in the rates since deregulation went into effect and submit a report to the subcommittee. That report is the subject of our hearing today. Over the past several days, I have reviewed the GAO rate survey carefully. The GAO found that monthly rates for the lowest priced basic cable service and the most popular cable service increased significantly by more than 25%, or 4 times the rate of inflation, from 1986 to October of 1988. Perhaps more troubling was GAO's finding that 17.6% of cable subscribers, almost 1 of 5 cable subscribers, incurred a rate increase of more than 50%, with more than 1 in 4 cable subscribers incurring a more than 40% rate increase. Another worrisome statistic in the survey is that 34% of the cable systems changed ownership during the 22 months covered by this survey. These statistics will cause raised eyebrows in Congress and amongst consumers. If cable rates rise in some localities to unreasonable or exorbitant rates, we may produce a society divided between information haves and have-nots. But the rate survey does not present a uniformly gloomy picture from the standpoint of the cable industry. The survey does show that while cable rates have increased, cable systems are providing consumers additional channels, from an average of 24 channels on the lowest priced basic service in December of 1986 to approximately 30 channels in 1988. Similarly, available channels on the most popular basic channels also increased from approximately 27 in 1986 to 32 in 1988. So although the average consumer's rates have increased, so has the amount of programming the average consumer receives. The survey finds that the bottom line, as GAO calls it, the monthly average revenue to cable operators per subscriber for basic cable, premium channels, and assorted options such as remote control and additional outlets increased from $21.58 to $24.68 between December of 1986 and October of 1988. An increase of 14%. It appears from the GAO survey that the majority of cable operators have been responsible and fair in establishing basic cable rates in the years since deregulation. But to my mind, the GAO survey also suggests that some cable operators have used the opportunity provided by cable deregulation to take advantage of a captive consumer. And when we in Congress pass laws, it is not to control the conduct of the vast majority of citizens who would behave responsibly regardless of what laws or whether laws are on the books, but rather we pass legislation to control the behavior of the 5 or 10% of our fellow citizens who would misbehave in the absence of clearly established laws and guidelines. And it is beyond question that in some localities, cable rates have outstripped inflation, political logic, or responsible business practices. Our task today is to attempt to get a better sense of how extensive such misbehavior has been and what is an appropriate response to such misbehavior. But the underlying causes of this misbehavior are not clear from this survey. It is unclear, for example, whether the rate increases over the past 2 years were one-time rate adjustments or reflect a continuing trend in cable rates. It is unclear what role increased cable costs, increased programming costs, and increased advertising revenues have played. And finally, it is unclear from the survey whether rate deregulation is the cause for significant rate increases or whether rate increase because of other factors such as the enormous number of stations that have changed ownership during the last 2 years. 3 years after deregulation, the cable industry is at an intersection. And while the rate survey is not a red light or a stop sign signaling the cable industry to cease current practices, neither is it a green light to proceed on its current route. Rather, the survey most closely approximates a flashing yellow light cautioning the cable industry of danger ahead. Clearly, today's hearing will not put an end to the debate over cable rates. That is why I will request that the GAO continue its examination of cable rates and submit a report updating the subcommittee again next spring. Furthermore, I want to work with all of the members of the subcommittee to ensure that in this deregulated environment, captive consumers are not held hostage to exorbitant rate increases. At the very least, this means that the subcommittee will hold additional hearings in the coming months to examine the factors contributing to these rate increases. Finally, I would like to commend the GAO for the outstanding product which they have submitted to the subcommittee. It represents the hard work of many people, led by Mr. Olds, who sits in front of us, and I just want him to know how appreciative the subcommittee is of the work that he and his colleagues contributed to the production of the report at this time. Time for opening statement by the chair has expired. The chair recognizes the ranking minority member, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Rinaldo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I begin, I'd like to request unanimous consent that the statement of Congressman Lent be put in the record in its entirety.
Without objection, it will be included in the record at the appropriate point.
First of all, I want to certainly agree with you on your comments about the GAO and Mr. Olds, and also commend you for calling this hearing today. Over the last decade, we've seen an explosion in the cable television industry. The number of cable households nationwide now exceeds 50%, and literally millions of Americans are experiencing the benefits of this service. But as I think everyone here recognizes, and as you very properly alluded to, that success is somewhat mixed. Few things have outraged citizens more in the past years than increases in the price of cable services. In fact, this may be the single most important issue affecting the cable industry because it affects the ability of subscribers to pay for cable service and the ability of cable systems to pay for and develop programming. Just last week, I received a letter from the president of the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities, and I think it gives and serves as a graphic example of what is happening across the country. Since the first day of deregulation, rates have risen 30%. During the last year of regulation, cost complaints totaled about 6% of the total reported to the Office of Cable TV. In the first year, it had risen to 11%. Last year, it went up to 15%. And in the first quarter of this year, it already reached 22%. 46 of 48 systems had raised their rates more than once a year. It is no wonder that we have seen a number of bills introduced in Congress to deal with this situation. And I'm pleased that the subcommittee today will hear from the GAO in laying the foundation for a responsible and reasonable response to these developments in the industry. Obviously, we should not rush to judgment as a result of the GAO report, nor should we react to every rate increase in the industry. Because, as you very appropriately said, there may be justification for some of them. But by the same token, we cannot ignore these developments, and we have to view the cable industry in a different light from the way it was seen even 5 years ago. The FCC's original decision on effective competition raised a number of concerns, and many of these concerns still persist. Frankly, I hope the Commission will deal with this question in its report on the 1984 Act, which is due to be submitted to Congress next year. Mr. Chairman, I would like to suggest a framework for considering the findings of the GAO survey. I think, first of all, we should bear in mind a few questions that will help us evaluate their work. Number one, what evidence does the report provide to show that consumers have been either conspicuously hurt or helped by the deregulation of cable rates? Secondly, what evidence does the report provide to prove or disprove that increases in cable rates have been reasonable and have brought additional value to consumers? Third, do the report's findings support the notion that Congress should consider additional legislation for this industry? I intend, and I urge my colleagues as well, to view this issue from the standpoint of the consumer. Many people have complained that cable is an unregulated monopoly. Whatever your attitude on that question, there is no doubt the subcommittee has a special responsibility to ensure that public policy adequately protects the consumer. Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to join you and my colleagues in receiving this testimony today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Great. The gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as the Chair and our colleagues know, we've got a lot of hearings this morning, and I appreciate the Chair giving me a couple of moments. I think the Chair is exactly right that there is a difference in different systems around the country. In mine, for example, in Oregon, just recently, the Director of the Office of Cable Communications said the rates for basic cable service since 1984 in Oregon had jumped 82% for the city's east side and 91% on the Portland's west side. The memo indicated that on the east side, 1984, ratepayers were paying $10.95 a month. Now they're paying $19.95 a month. On the west side, the rates moved from $8.95 a month in 1984 to $17.06. So clearly, in some systems around the country, there have been very serious problems for ratepayers. Mr. Chairman, I think, like you, the GAO study is very important, and I have come to the conclusion that there are two steps that do need to be taken at this time. The first is I'm of the view that we've got to do something about what I call the widespread churning of cable licenses. It's clear that this changed ownership problem is resulting in very serious concerns for consumers, and I'm of the view that anti-trafficking rules do need to be enacted. We can debate what the best way to do that might be, and certainly working with the Commission, with the industry is very advisable. There are a variety of ways to do that, but I'm of the view that this widespread churning of licenses and the debt that is taken on as a result of covering some of those changes clearly has fed some of the problems in parts of the country that have experienced very high rate increases, and I think that is one change that clearly would be appropriate at this time. The other, Mr. Chairman, that I would hope we'd explore on this subcommittee is taking special steps to protect the low-income and the elderly. For a lot of those low-income people, say low-income seniors that I worked with in the days when I was director of the Gray Panthers, these needs are very basic. They may learn through their cable system about where the Meals on Wheels program is or where essential health care services are. And so I would hope that, as in the anti-trafficking area, we move in this area, work with the industry, work with the FCC, but my view is that this is also another important step that ought to be taken as part of our ongoing analysis to make sure that our regulatory systems are in line with the time. And I thank the gentleman for the time and also my colleagues for letting me have it.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Moy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I wish to congratulate you also for calling this hearing today. There are many factors, I believe, that people are concerned with in relationship to cable service. Most of them are overwhelmingly happy with the service that basically is provided. There are many mistakes that are made in many of our systems. Money isn't the only factor. The quality of service that many people are concerned with. whether they get responses when they call their cable company or not, whether they get resumed service, something goes wrong. And the quality of programming is also an important factor. The quality of programming improves dramatically, then obviously they're willing to pay more money for their service. We've heard during the months past, all of us, complaints in the various areas. But for the most part, I think a large share of American people feel they get an awful lot for their money in their cable program. We have to look at the areas where there are problems and try to see what can be done to correct them. But at the same time, we don't want to put the whole industry down because there have been problems in many communities and many areas.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Boucher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend you, first of all, for asking for this study from the GAO, and I want to commend the staff of the GAO for a very diligent effort to inform the subcommittee with regard to the extent of cable rate increases since deregulation. I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that this study confirms the problems that arise from the status of the cable industry as an unregulated monopoly. A 29% increase in cable rates over a period of 23 months means that basic cable rates have increased more dramatically than the price of virtually any product or service in the American economy. And I would point out that during that same period of time, the general rise in prices in the American economy was only about 6%. As revealing as that figure is, I would also suggest that it understates somewhat the real rise in cable rates that has taken place. There was a 74% response rate to the questionnaires that were sent to cable companies by the GAO. That means that fully 1 in 4 cable operators did not respond to that survey, notwithstanding repeated calls from the GAO staff asking that those cable companies respond. Common sense would suggest to us that the ones that responded probably were the ones that had the best story to report, the ones whose rate increases had been the most modest. And in all probability, the ones that did not respond, that 1 in 4 of all the surveys sent out, were the ones who had the most dramatic rate increases. Now, I'll be very interested to hear if the GAO did any follow-ups, any self-verification to determine whether or not those that did not respond in fact had rate increases that were more or less in line with what the general study reveals, or whether their rate increases, as I suspect is the case, were substantially higher. I think, Mr. Chairman, that the study is also very valuable because it demolishes the claim that under regulation, rates were artificially depressed, that for those companies that were regulated prior to December of 1986, that their rates were artificially low. Because the study contains responses from 34% of the respondents who were not regulated during that period of time. And the increases with regard to the non-regulated companies are just about the same as the increases for those companies that were existing in a regulatory regime. Now, you would expect to see the increases for the regulated companies increase far more dramatically than for those that were non-regulated if, in fact, there was some artificial depression of rates as a result of regulation. The study shows that that clearly was not the case, and I think it puts that argument to rest. Mr. Chairman, I hear more complaints about the price of cable service than I hear about virtually any other thing from my constituents. I get more complaints about the cable rates than I get about the federal budget deficit or about aid to the Contras or even about the congressional pay raise. And I think this report, Mr. Chairman, confirms that those complaints are well-founded. The report firmly lays a foundation for the passage of legislation by the Congress that will create a competitive marketplace for the delivery of cable television signals and ensure that by market forces setting the rate for this service, that consumers get a better deal. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for this time, and I look forward with you to hearing today's witnesses.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to join with my colleagues in thanking you for holding this hearing, which apparently is the beginning of a series of hearings that will look at the impact of legislation we passed several years ago on the cable industry and the way it serves the consumers of America. I'd just like to make 3 quick points. First, Mr. Chairman, when we passed that legislation, we included in it provisions that were designed to ensure that those communities in which there was not effective competition to cable from over-the-air broadcasting would have the opportunity to regulate cable rates. I think many of you got sick and tired of hearing of the story of the city of Dubuque, Iowa, and the necessity for having some ability for that community to control rates because of the inability to get over-the-air broadcasting in that city. As many of you know, an agreement has been struck between the city of Dubuque and officials of TCI, a cable company, that is pending action by the FCC. That agreement is good. I'm certainly pleased with it as a representative of the city of Dubuque. But the unfortunate thing is that that case has not served as a precedent for establishing procedures that can be followed by other communities to take advantage of those provisions of the law which do permit cities without effective competition to regulate rates. And Mr. Chairman, it seems to me that we have to push the FCC to tell cities exactly what hoops they have to jump through in order to meet the standards set forth in the law to demonstrate that there isn't effective competition in their communities. This issue has been hanging around long enough now. The FCC should act. There's no reason why cities should have to spend tens of thousands of dollars in order to undertake studies when they don't know if those studies are going to be sufficient to meet the requirements of the FCC. The FCC should be able to spell this out ahead of time. So I hope that we can use this forum to put a little pressure on the FCC. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record, or ask unanimous consent to submit for the record, a petition from cable subscribers of Star Cable in Northeast Iowa. The gist of it is they say they've been gouged to the limit, so in any event, I'd like to submit that for the record.
Without objection, we will include it.
And Mr. Chairman, lastly, I just observed that I have sent a letter to you, and several of other members of the subcommittee have signed it, suggesting that as part of this series of hearings, we also look at the tendency of cable to sign more and more contracts relating to the rights for major sporting events. From what we can tell, when cable programming services go out and pay enormous sums of money to take these events off broadcast stations, then have to recoup those fees by charging cable operators more, and this in turn pushes up cable rates for subscribers. I think it may have something to do with the increasing cable rates for subscribers, but it also has to do with the denial of free over-the-air broadcast services of some sporting events to consumers. And I think the gentleman from Virginia will find that really angers the fans back home if they can't get the Super Bowl or the Hawkeye football game via over-the-air broadcast. So I think we should look at that issue, too, as part of this series of hearings. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding these important hearings. You know, the federal government grants very few licenses to print money. The federal government's got one. The cable industry has something that's probably even better than that. It's got a license to take money out of our constituents' pocket. The cable TV industry is a true blue, old-fashioned monopoly. We, the TV watchers of America, are at their mercy. We have virtually no real choice. We want either programming choice or quality reception. They can charge anything they want to charge. It's a fantastic power. It's a great power. There's no competition to rescue us, no competition to drive prices down, as most Americans would expect. There's only a trafficking cable TV licenses that ends up driving prices up. I would like to associate my remarks with those of my colleague, Congressman Boucher from Virginia. He said that the GAO study was basically fine as far as it goes, which isn't very far. It points out, nonetheless, that there's a terrific problem with cable price increasing. To be honest with you, probably not as big a problem as I would have anticipated. Because constituents who write to me, for example, from Sparta, Tennessee, indicate there was a 36% price increase there. You know, it's a funny thing. It happened to happen right after the GAO finished taking their data. In Tullahoma, Tennessee, there's a charge of 200 to 300% price increase. Also, right after the GAO happened to stop looking. In McMinnville, Tennessee, a mere 29% increase after the GAO stopped looking at the real data. Is that a coincidence? Maybe, maybe not. To me, the GAO could have improved its methodology, as my colleague Congressman Boucher suggested. To me, there's also a bigger question at stake. It seems to me that the basic result of the GAO study, finding of price increases of 24 or 27% over the 2-year period, those basic results are completely contradicted by the market for cable franchises today in America. Because those cable franchises seem to be selling for such a high price that either the people who are buying these are crazy or they know something the GAO doesn't know. I'm inclined to trust the market. I'm inclined to believe that these Jack Kent Cooks and others probably know something that the GAO didn't discover in its limited survey. And it seems to me what's out there is this. As I understand it, cable franchises today are selling at such a high multiple per subscriber. You could go in and build a whole new cable system in an area to compete with the existing franchise and still make a pile of money. Because some of these franchises are selling at 3 times replacement cost, 3 times book value. The average industry in America sells at less than book value, not a multiple of book value. So you are seeing here the results of a monopoly power that allows these folks to charge anything they want to charge, unless perhaps for a temporary 1 or 2 year period the GAO happens to be looking over their shoulder, in which case they may be smart enough to organize and restrain themselves and only have the good guys report. To me, that's a monopoly power that we need to be very leery of in our society, especially when it deals with such an important resource as information. But it looks as if that despite the tripling of ad revenues for cable companies and other things like that, that we still don't have the answer to the ultimately important question. Is this a declining cost industry? Or should we be satisfied that rates only went up 24 or 27% the last 2 year period? I thank the chair for his indulgence.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Oxley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Isn't it interesting that when 98% of the Congress is returned to Congress after re-election, that somehow that's perceived as bad, and yet when 98% of cable subscribers seem satisfied with their service, there's some question as to whether that is good or bad. The statistics that I have seen, and I suspect would be backed up by the GAO study, is that there are very few subscribers who drop off a cable service. To me, that's an indication that the customer is reasonably satisfied, as my friend from California has indicated, with the service that he's receiving. Because if he wasn't, he simply has to pull the plug on that cable service. Somehow we've gotten ourselves into a perception, I guess, that cable service, as much as I like it, is some kind of a necessity. There's some kind of a public utility like heat and light and even telephone service anymore. And as much as I like cable, I've lived with cable and I live without it. And somehow I could muddle through if one day Media General decided to pull the plug on me or vice versa. So I think that we have to put it into some kind of context. And I would suggest to my friend from Tennessee that even with the increases that you indicated, 200, 300%, my guess is that the average cable subscriber in his area that he's talking about are probably paying somewhere around $20 or less a month for basic cable service. It would also suggest that there is a lot of competition out there. Not only the fact that the consumer has indicated that he can decide to go back to over-the-air broadcasts and get along quite well, and that relatively small percentage of people who are dissatisfied with cable, but there are other means out there to acquire information and entertainment. And that has exploded over the last several years with satellite service, direct broadcast service, many ways that the consumer has been benefited. And I would also suggest to my friend from Tennessee that those subscribers probably have a much greater opportunity for programming, much more channels available to them than they've ever had before. So I think that we have to keep this in some kind of context when we're talking about, it appears to be a very strong siren song to talk about unregulated monopoly. I suspect that the consumer will make that determination, not this body or the FCC or anybody else. At least at this point, it appears to me that the consumer has pretty well determined that he likes cable service, that he's willing to pay for that service, and if indeed the quality or the value is not what he perceives it will be, he and he alone will make the decision as to whether cable will continue to provide services to his household. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Swift.
Thank the Chair. It seems to me that the issue of whether or not cable is a monopoly is pretty much like how many angels dance to get a pin. There may be somebody that's interested in pursuing that for academic purposes, but it doesn't have any practical relevance. Cable walks, quacks, and looks like a monopoly. And unless there is a second service, at least, available in your home, it is, for all intents and purposes, a monopoly, which leads to certain problems. I inquired of one of my city councils if they received complaints about their cable service, and their response was very interesting. The implications of their response, I think, are bad. They said, yes, we receive complaints, but we don't keep track of them because we are powerless against the cable company. Stop and think about that for a minute. If they are powerless, what is the consumer's option? It seems to me that if you really think about that statement, it leads you to the conclusion everybody's got a problem. The industry's got a problem. They're trying to avoid re-regulation or excessive re-regulation. They got a problem. We as public policy makers got a problem. Cities have got a problem. Consumers have got a problem. What I would hope we would do today is not have the industry sit here telling us that their broad-billed waddling quack is not a monopoly, and that those of us on this side don't just spend the time, the joy of beating up on the cable industry, that we try to develop information out of this hearing that will give us some guidance as to how we can deal with those four problems: industries, local governments, the consumers, and our problem as public policy makers.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend you, as well as the other members that have told you the same thing, and the GAO for putting this study together in a very responsible manner. And, Mr. Chairman, almost since the passage of the Cable Act of 1984, we've heard that our worst fears surrounding deregulation have been realized, that cable operators were holding their customers hostage with rapidly accelerating rates and declining service. But it was all too clear that the success of the industry could be directly attributed to the abuses of the newfound freedom. Mr. Chairman, it made a good story at the time, but thanks to this report, the rhetoric surrounding the cable industry has met its greatest enemy, and that's the facts. We've heard a lot of talk here this morning about percentages and increases in percentages. I don't know what hasn't increased in the last 3 years in this particular country, and I think to put it in better perspective, we ought to also indicate that the average monthly rate for basic cable services rose about $3. $3. And with that, of course, has come better equipment and more channeling and better service to the consumer. I wish it hadn't rose, and I wish the price of bread doesn't go up or the price of milk or anything else, but this is the facts of life. And with that increase also came 6 new channels. Today, the majority of all television households can view 32 channels of programming, 24 hours a day, for about 50 cents a day. A family of 4 can enjoy a cable program or cable for a month for less than the cost of attending 1 movie. Despite the predictions of many, cable still remains a good entertainment value. The public, I believe, agrees. Throughout the period under the study of GAO, overall cable subscriptions significantly increased. So too did the number of homes which are now accessible to cable. Simply put, more people are viewing more programs in more households than ever before. Without a doubt, re-regulation is a solution in search of a problem. It's especially inappropriate when one considers the regulatory structure currently governing the cable industry. As the report points out, while most localities no longer have the authority to regulate basic rates, they still can regulate other cable activities, such as franchise agreement awards, and renewals, and channel capacity, facilities, equipment construction, and customer service. Additionally, the Cable Act raised the allowable franchise fee local governments could assess to the operator revenues. For supposedly unregulated industry, a good deal of local control certainly still exists. Mr. Chairman, 5 years ago, we were wise to agree to allow cable to grow in an atmosphere free from unnecessary and economically burdensome government regulation. Today's hearing shows that it has done so responsibly. Profits are being plugged back into quality programming which simply would not exist if it would not be for cable. And the complaints we hear from our districts are not from those who must pay for the service, but rather from those who can't get it. And certainly there are probably some instances out there where we have to look at some excessive rate increases, but this is not commonplace. So once again, Mr. Chairman, I commend you for commissioning this important study, for taking the responsible approach for considering the facts, not reacting to rhetoric. And finally, my thanks to the GAO office for their definite determination that while rates may not be falling as a result of the Cable Act, neither is the sky. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did we really need a GAO report to tell us what's going on out there? Come on. My dad may not be the best example in the world. 76 years old. He has never made a credit purchase in his life. He owns no credit card, never signed a mortgage, never bought anything on time. Retired on his Social Security, and on a small check he draws out of his individual retirement account. He once upon a time let people invest it. Dad watches his nickels and dimes carefully. May not be the best example, but last year Dad called me up. He said, "Billy, I've got a problem. All I really want to watch on television are the network news. Mom likes those programs during the day, but I like my news." And he said the local cable company, and he was wrong there, the local cable company is now owned by a New York firm, is continually raising my basic rate. And I want to do something about it. What can I do? I said, "Dad, well, you've got several options. You can buy a satellite system, but I wouldn't advise you to right now because the cable programmers still control cost to satellite distribution at rates that really don't make it favorable for you to do so, and you can be limited in terms of your packages there too. They aren't really a good third-party distributor available to you. Or you could buy a rotator for your 70-foot antenna that you once constructed for over-the-air television so you can receive Baton Rouge and New Orleans, way out there on the bayou, Bayou Lafourche. Dad said, how much will that cost me? I said, well, a rotator will probably cost you $150. He invested in that rotator and canceled his cable. And he climbed that 70-foot tower and installed his rotator. And then lightning struck. And he's got a fuzzy picture again. Called me up again and he said, Billy, what can I do? I said, well, Dad, you can get your rotator repaired. And knowing Dad, I should have known better. He climbed the tower again and tried to repair it himself. He still has a fuzzy picture. I talked to Mom about it. She says, Dad, I ought to get the cable again. I've been trying to convince him to. He told me the cable is going to charge him $40 now to hook him up again. He won't do it. I said, well, how about if I pay the $40 and you just tell him that the cable waived that fee on him? And she says he knows you. He knows you're going to have done that. She says, don't you do that. You can get him angry at both of us. No, Dad, may not be a typical case in America. But I'm surprised that you're surprised at the GAO report. I'm surprised that anybody's surprised at the GAO report. Cable is doing what comes natural. Don't get mad at cable. They're simply doing what comes natural. They're raising rates and holding down the competition. A good old American enterprise. And don't complain if cable rates are going up 25% or 200%. If you didn't help us establish some real competition in satellite reception. If you didn't help us when we were trying to bring a bill forward that simply laid out a rule that you couldn't discriminatorily price to a good competitor. And don't complain if you live in a city and you didn't think satellite television was important to you when we tried to tell you that if satellite television is out there and people do have a choice, that even city rates will moderate as that competition flourishes. Remember that wonderful theme song for the Lone Ranger? An announcer told us he'd bring us back to those thrilling days of yesteryear. Let me take you back. The sounds of the William Tell overture ringing in my ear. To those thrilling days of yesteryear, right before we deregulated cable. When there was in your home community flourishing new businesses. All sorts of entrepreneurs getting into the business of marketing and selling satellite dish equipment. Booming, expanding new businesses. And then we passed the Cable Deregulation Act. And then cable did what came natural. Cable and its programmers did everything possible to make sure that competitor didn't get off the ground. So where are we? Well, I guess we could beat our chest and say we're going to be tough now and re-regulate cable. I don't think that's a good answer. I guess we could revisit the satellite issue again. Maybe we should. I was encouraged, you know, when we passed the bill out of this subcommittee and that afternoon the first third-party contract was signed. I've been discouraged since. I thought a genie was coming out the bottle, but she's been jammed right back in. Maybe we could look at telco entry, creating another wire competitor for cable. That'll scare somebody. Maybe that'll make real competition flourish, but maybe that's not the right answer either. We got some choices to make, ladies and gentlemen, but I suggest to you one choice we cannot make is to continue to let cable do what comes naturally, because you see the next step is to use the resources of advertising revenues combined with subscription revenues and outbid the networks every day for your favorite sports and specialty programs, and then charge you for it again. That's what comes naturally. What does it mean? Oh, it doesn't mean the networks are going to fold up today, but it threatens the affiliate station network relationship we've enjoyed in America. Because if cable gets so good and tough at what they do best and naturally, they'll take the favorite programs away. They'll move into local kinds of program shows, including newscasting, which they're increasingly doing. And pretty soon, your local affiliate station system is gone. That's what I see for the future if we don't make some good choices today. Mr. Chairman, thanks for holding this hearing. But I remind you all again, it didn't have to be this way. We could have some good competition out there, and there's still a few satellite dealers who'd like to compete if you want to help them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Bliley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm living in some other planet or some other world. I have over 100,000 subscribers in my district, and I have not received one complaint from our district concerning rates in the past year. Having said that, I probably will get an avalanche tomorrow morning, but nevertheless, that's the record for the past year. The GAO study parallels several other studies, including the Kagan study, and reflects an accurate cross-section of cable franchises in this country. Following deregulation in 1984, cable rates did rise. And they rose because many of the rates were formerly kept artificially low. The facts now show that rates are leveling off. The GAO study and other recent studies point this out. We've heard a lot about monopoly and lack of competition. But with increasing numbers by leaps and bounds of households with VCRs and the home rental of movies, there is definitely a finite level at which cable or anybody else can charge. Because with movies renting very reasonably, people can just opt to go in that direction. I look forward to the hearing, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to examining this issue and see where we go from here. I have no preconceived opinion. Thank you very much.
Okay, gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I may be an anomaly among some of my colleagues on this issue. I frankly have not made up my mind as to whether cable is a monopoly. I think it's something that needs to be examined. I think you've made a start with the GAO survey. As I understand it, the survey basically says that while rates have gone up, that it's unclear whether it's a one-time increase, permanent, consistent. It's inconclusive. After all, we've deregulated only 3 years ago. I think while prices have gone up, there have been some additional benefits. The additional benefits being that we now have close to 30 channels at a basically low price. We've got more variety. And I guess the old maxim of politics being local, I recall right after we deregulated, one of the more constant complaints that I had was about prices, bad servicing, satellite dishes. I supported Mr. Tozan in his effort. I still think cable has been wrong in terms of its scrambling and treatment of satellite dish owners. But I must say, since the 3 years that we deregulated, there's been progress. The complaints have lessened. My constituent consumers seem to be satisfied. Yes, there are complaints. But I think, Mr. Chairman, to have all of us, well, maybe not all of us, take a stand right now, I think is not the correct thing to do. I think we have to examine these issues that deal with cable rates. We have to examine the Syndex matter. I have a bill that basically postpones for 1 year the FCC's decision on Syndex. My concern is the consumer and blackouts that might ensue should there be a lack of an agreement. Again, this is something we should examine. We should examine the telco issue. I think that's very legitimate. So, Mr. Chairman, my request is that 1990 is one of the main agenda items for this subcommittee, that you make it the year of cable oversight. And I think we should do that. But automatically state right now that we have a monopoly that's out of control. I just don't see the evidence yet. Maybe the evidence will come. But, Mr. Chairman, I don't see it, and I want to commend you for holding these hearings, and I want to commend you for dealing with this issue in a dispassionate way as you have. I'm encouraged that the GAO will continue this survey. I'm encouraged that we will proceed with another report soon. And I guess the question, are consumers captive to exorbitant rate increases? I must submit, unless this hearing shows differently, the answer is still unknown.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Ritter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In listening to this debate, I'm reminded of the old adage that where you stand depends on where you sit. And some of the debate here sounds like an extension of the debate over, we had the debate over satellite versus cable, and whether satellite dish owners would have to pay for cable-generated programming. It seems that that debate is not yet over. But I think the GAO report can tell us some very interesting things. Mr. Chairman, I think one of the points I'd like to hear more about is what is the effect, what has been the effect on rates in going from a regulated to a deregulated environment? What are some of the natural adjustments that happen to occur when you go from having regulated the mix of services to a situation where that mix is unregulated? What happens to the price of base rate versus the price of added service? I'd like to see the GAO tell us how do these rate increases relate to increases in the level and the quality of services, channel capacity, variety, signal quality, technological improvements. We know that the cable companies are making major investments in laying down new cable, some of which in the trunk is glass fiber. How does this relate to the overall base rate increase? I've got to say, I've got 150,000 cable subscribers in my district, and we don't have complaints. At least someone said they got more complaints on cable than they got on the pay raise, but I have a feeling that that person probably came from a district where the satellites at one point intercepted signals and got HBO free. I think competition is important. We have some competition in our area. That's a crucial factor. It'd be interesting to see from the GAO report how the rate increases vary over the geography of the country, where there's competition versus where there's no competition. I'm a sponsor of the voucher bill to allow cable telco cross-ownership, precisely for the reason of incurring greater competition in this market. Some of the other features of the bill I could probably do without. But I think there is so much potential for those of us who are concerned about the price of cable services to allow what might be natural competition into this market, and which would foment and foster and evolve more rapidly a fiber optic network in America by allowing telephone companies to deliver cable services, probably keep costs down to consumers. So, and one last point. I think this monopoly argument, someone started to talk about this, I think it was Mr. Oxford from Ohio, it is rather far-fetched. I mean, I have some data here from the report going from the very smallest cable system size to the very largest, what kind of channels are available over the air, and it runs from 6.7 in the smallest to 8.7 in the largest. So from 7 to 9 channels are available in broadcast. The gentleman from Virginia mentioned the tremendous competition from movies that are provided through the VCR. You have satellite broadcasting. Frankly, I think we're in an era of information overload, and you know, I mean, and you're dealing with new players all the time. So I really think the monopoly argument kind of wears thin. Chairman, I look forward to the testimony of our witnesses and yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll try to be very brief so we can move forward and hear the report. I want to thank you for holding this hearing, and I want to say very proudly that I supported the comprehensive legislation dealing with cable in 1984, and I enjoy my cable. But like many of my colleagues, I'm now very concerned about the absence of competition. And like many of my colleagues, I think our focus should constantly be on what is best for the consumer. Because we have many friends in this room who are on different sides of the issue, but our focus should be on the consumer. What's best? What creates more diversity? What brings technology forward? And I think generally the answer to those questions is greater competition. And I must remember that during the debates in 1982, 1983, 1984, the carrot that was constantly dangled in front of us, those of us who sit on this particular subcommittee and on the Energy and Commerce Committee, was the public interest. That cable was going to go out and serve the public interest, and we were going to see issues and public meetings, things that were closely tied to our particular community. And I've got to say to you, Mr. Chairman, in Humble, Texas, it's not working. I've yet to see a Rotary meeting. I've yet to see a Chamber of Commerce meeting. I've yet to see a Little League game. I've yet to see an Humble Wildcat football game. I haven't seen anything that is tied to my particular community. And I think that was a promise that was made to us by the cable industry. And I come back to that word, competition. If there was competition in Humble, Texas, would we see some of those public interest events? And I also hate to report that in 1985, in some parts of my district, we saw some of those public interest events. Not in Humble, but in other parts of my district. But now we don't. I don't know if those were too costly. I don't know what happened, but those public interest events have evaporated. And so like others, I think we should investigate competitive alternatives. And I think we owe it to the consumers of America, Mr. Chairman, not to wait. I think we ought to do it in this Congress, and I hope that we will move forward after this particular subcommittee hearing. And I thank you for holding this hearing.
I thank the gentleman very much. And I would also like to note that the gentleman from Texas has brought great pride to our subcommittee recently by being named most valuable player in the Democrat-Republican baseball game, although it wasn't a Republican victory. We take pride as a subcommittee in his.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to live up to your basketball exploits.
I peaked early and low, and you have far exceeded anything I ever achieved in that area. So are there any other members at this time that seek recognition to make opening statements? The chair sees none, so let us then move to our opening panel. That consists of Mr. John Olds, who is the Associate Director for Resources, Community, and Economic Development from the United States General Accounting Office. He is accompanied this morning by several of his colleagues that worked with him in the development of the report, which we are going to consider this morning. We welcome you, Mr. Olds. We thank you very much for the hard work and the excellent work product which you have presented to us. And what would appreciate is if you could introduce yourself and your colleagues with you for the record so that the members of the subcommittee and the public will know who it is that we will be dealing with here in the course of the morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, my title is Director of Housing and Community Development Issues, and only because of a bureaucratic organization, one would ask, well, what is the Director of Housing doing with cable rates and deregulation? It's just an organizational setup. To my right is Assistant Director, Loan Manager, and next to him is Jonathan Bachman, who's our social science and analyst who will handle most of the questions dealing with methodology and the statistical part. To my immediate left is Tom Heck, who is our assignment manager, and to his left is our evaluator in charge, Jackie Cook. I personally would like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and many members of the subcommittee for your kind words and your compliments. The staff that accompanies me today did an outstanding job, worked very hard, and I am very proud of them. I'd also like to discuss, as we get near the end of this statement, about the future work that you would like us to undertake. I would summarize. I'm going to summarize the thick report that you have, and I think all the members have been provided copies. I will this time just sort of highlight that and walk through a couple of them and then get us to the questions and answers, which I think will then use the statistics that are there, and hopefully we can answer many of your questions. Some we may not be able to. This report, which we believe is one of the most comprehensive studies of its kind to date, was prepared at your request to assist you in evaluating the effect of the Cable Communications Policy Act of 1984. The Act deregulated cable rates in most communities as of December 29, 1986. Through a national survey of cable television systems, we compared rates, services offered on December 1, 1986, just prior to deregulation, with those offered as of October 1988. Specifically, we collected data on basic cable rates and services, rates for premium movie services, availability of options such as additional cable outlets for second television sets, and overall revenue to cable operators per subscriber. I would like to briefly summarize the results of that survey. Overall, as the chart over on the left of the room shows, between 1986 and October 1988, the average monthly rates for the lowest price basic service increased by 29%. While the rates for the most popular basic service increased by 26%. Also, for both the lowest price and most popular services, we found that rate increases were accompanied by increases in the number of channels offered. I should point out that because some cable systems offered, or over 23% as of December 1986, only offered more than one level of tier, we decided or thought it very important to gather information on what we consider to be the most popular service, or the ones that use a particular tier or a package from a particular cable company. In contrast with basic service rate increases, we noted slight decreases for premium services with no individual or combination of premium channels decreasing by more than 5%. We also found that for the most popular basic service, the availability of options increased, but for remote control units and added outlets, there was usually an extra charge over and above the basic service rate. In addition, there was on average a 14% increase in monthly revenue to cable operators per subscriber, a key indicator of cable system revenue patterns. I would like to, if the committee agrees, is not to go into the background of the cable rate industry and go into our methodology and then give you a few comments about our observations in detail.
Why don't you proceed that way?
Thank you. In planning our survey, we had to take into account the variety of cable rates and services in order to design a questionnaire that would accurately capture the full range of changes since deregulation. The questionnaire we developed requested two kinds of information from cable operators. First, we requested information on basic cable service, including rates, channels offered, and number of subscribers for each tier of service. Second, we requested information on rates and availability of options, remote control units, additional outlets, and premium services. While the rates of such services are not at issue since they were never subject to regulation, cable industry representatives have stated that increases in basic rates have frequently been offset somewhat by accompanying reductions for options and premium services. We sent our questionnaire to a random sample nationwide of 1,950 cable systems, stratifying them into 5 size groupings, the lowest being those with 1,000 or fewer subscribers, the largest being those with 50,000 or over subscribers. We selected our sample from the database of 8,908 cable systems maintained by the publisher of Television and Cable Fact book, a well-known industry reference book. We received 1,451 usable responses, a response rate of 74%, which we considered excellent. Because we used a stratified random sample, we can make estimates to each of these 5 groupings, as well as the nation as a whole. I would like to just discuss briefly some of the key percentages that we've kicked around this morning already and some of the members have alluded to. Monthly rates for the lowest price basic service increased on average 29% per subscriber, from $11.23 to $14.28 between December of '86 and October of '88. As the second chart to the left of the room shows, it's about a 62% of the subscribers incurred a rate increase between 10 and 40%. Also, as the latter 2 bar columns show, 28% of the subscribers had increases of over 40%. For the most popular basic service, average rates per subscriber increased by 26%, $11.70 to $14.77. Our survey showed that cable systems increased the number of basic channels offered. Subscribers of the lowest price basic service received additional channels from 24 to 30 during the time zone of our study. Channels available to subscribers for the most popular basic service went from 27 to 32. While the Cable Act essentially prohibited local rate regulation after December 29, 1986, our survey showed that 34% of the cable systems reported that they were not regulated as of December 1, 1986. Therefore, we compared increases in rates for those systems already deregulated in December 1986 with increases for those systems deregulated with the passage of the Act. We found little difference. For the most popular basic service, systems that were regulated in '86 but not regulated in '88 showed an increase of 27%, for an average price increase of $11.58 to $14.76 per subscriber. Systems that were not regulated in '86 and not regulated in '88 showed rate increases of 24%, from $12.03 to $14.90. For the lowest price basic service, the differences were slightly greater. Rates for systems not regulated as of December 1986 increased 25%, while systems regulated at that point increased 31%. In contrast to basic service rate increases, rates for premium services decreased slightly, both individually and for combinations of premium channels. Rates charged by cable systems for 3 popular premium channels decreased by 15 cents to 37 cents per month for each channel. For example, the greatest decrease in an individual premium channel went from $10.32 in December 1986 to $9.95 in October 1988. Average rates per month for combinations of 2, 3, and 4 premium channels also decreased by 82 cents, $1.31, and $1.67 respectively. For example, the price for the 4 premium channel combination decreased from $34.28 in December 1986 to $32.61 in October 1988. The bottom line, after sorting out various increases and decreases in basic rates, options, and premium channels, is their effect on the cable system's total revenues. Revenue per subscriber is roughly analogous to the subscriber's monthly cable bill. Our survey showed that monthly average revenue to cable operators per subscriber increased from $21.58 to $24.68 between '86 and '88, an increase of 14%. We noted that despite basic rate increases, overall cable subscriptions have continued to grow during this period. Total subscriptions increased by 15%, while the number of homes accessible to cable grew at a rate of 16%. Overall cable system penetration, total subscribers as a percentage of homes accessible to cable, increased from 55% to 57%. Also, the number of subscribers purchasing premium channels increased by 14%, generally equaling the overall growth in cable subscriptions. The proportion of total cable subscribers purchasing 1 or more premium channels stayed the same at about 50%. Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee, that concludes our statement. myself and my staff will be glad to respond to any of the questions dealing with the statistics or our views on this particular subject.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olds. I recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Olds, I'm going to speak quickly because I have to go vote, and I hope I can get a quick answer to my question, but I think it's key to everything that's been said here so far today. We talked about cable, we talked about increases in rates after deregulation, and you also spoke about, on the other hand, the other side of the ledger, the increase in the number of basic channels that were offered, with the, at least, assumption that that was a trade-off for part of the increase in costs. Can you express a conclusion on the findings of your survey? Should Congress be concerned about trends in cable TV rates to consider re-regulation, or should we conclude that deregulation has had little, if any, effect on consumers' cable TV rates?
That's a tough one. You've heard a lot of different views on it. Now, I know. I guess I would say, our report showed the statistics and it showed the rate increases, as you've just said, in the services. And I guess the 29% increase in rates causes me to stop and look and see what we should do about that. I also would add to that 62% of the people had rate increases of 10 to 40. 28% had over 40% increases. 1.6 had over 100% increases. I think we've heard from various parts of the country that, in fact, that's a concern. I think with no competition, no limited regulation, I believe we have a monopoly. Thus, one cannot stop the future rate increases without public outcry to cause those to stop. We talked about franchising various things and various other things. Those are some controls. But as far as the rates, there is no control. I think it's time to fully re-examine the re-regulation, and it's time to look even closer than I will agree our study did this time. And we are willing to work with the committee to analyze some of these various aspects that will get to those key issues.
Yes or no answer. You, in other words, are leaning towards re-regulation as a result of your report.
In my opinion, I would lean that way. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I've got to go vote.
The subcommittee is going to recess. Now, I know it is the desire of the chairman to try to keep this rolling, so if those of you who are interested in and are participating directly would not go too far. Should this turn out to be a series of votes, we will phone back to the staff and let you know, and then you can, smoke them if you got them. We will be...
Thank you.
All right, the committee, could you close that door back there, please? Great. Let us then begin with the, okay, let me, Mrs. Salemi, are the people out in the corridor aware that this hearing has reassembled? Could you tell them, please, if they wish to be participants, that it would be helpful if they could come back into the room at this time. Then the Chair will recognize itself for a round of questions. Mr. Olds, your survey finds that there was a 29% per subscriber increase for the average lowest price basic service in the 22 months from December of 1986 through October of 1988. That increase is 26% for the most popular basic service over the same time frame. Your survey also notes, however, that, and I use GAO's words, the bottom line after sorting out various increases and decreases in basic rates, options, and premium channels is their effect on the cable system's total revenues. Monthly average revenues to cable operators per subscriber increased 14% over that 2-year period. Could you please explain the significance of each of these figures, the 29% per subscriber increase over 2 years, 26% for the most basic, popular basic service, and 14% in increase in monthly revenues to cable operators? How should we view each of those statistics in terms of what they mean to the ordinary American in terms of their relationship with their cable system?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Could I add something for the record before I respond to that? As we ended right at the session and everything, and we broke for the vote.
More than willing to hear your comments on that last subject.
All right. 14% is the revenue increase, and that includes everything. That is premium channels, options, installations, basic rates. Everything is thrown into that to come up with a per person rate, your bill and my bill. The 29% increase was for the basic service, just for the cable itself. That had nothing to do with options or increases in addition to that. And the 26%, which are very much analogous, is the most popular. Those that responded, we looked at that and said, which one do they subscribe to the most? And that's how we came up with that. That was after the fact. We didn't go out and ask for your most popular. I might add, as relates to all three of those figures, and using the 29%, you actually have a direct dollar increase of $3.07 on the rate, and about $3.02 or so, if I remember the figures exactly, on the revenue increase. Looking at it that way, taking away the options being the same, the premiums decreasing just slightly, the increase in revenue basically is accounted for in the basic rate increase. And that's how I would view all three of those.
Okay, thank you. If we could, then just walk us through briefly the 29% to 26% and the 14%. Could you?
Sure. And I'll let Lowell, would you walk them through? Do you want to walk out to how we calculate it?
Yeah, just very, how we should view each of those statistics in terms of the impact on the consumer. Okay. Mr. Manager?
I think one way to look at it is, if you're concerned, I think about the 50% of the subscribers out there who only subscribe to basic cable, basic service, lowest price basic service perhaps. That 50%, they don't subscribe to premium channels and so forth. I mean, they're the ones that are taking, in a sense, the lump, and their increase would be a lot higher. That's the 29% on average monthly. So those are the ones that would be taking the bruising, so to speak, in that sense. If you are into premium channels, for example, and the rate, the increase to the subscribers, you see that 14%, that wouldn't probably that be representative of someone that would have both basic service as well as premium channels. That person isn't experiencing the same degree of hurt, that 50%, because you know, the percentage increase, even though it's paying more dollars, percentage increase isn't as great to that subscriber naturally. And that kind of relates to that 14% increase in revenues to the subscriber, because it is a combination of basic service as well as premium service and so forth. So, and I think the other thing is that if you are subscribing to both, you can make some adjustments. You can cut back on the amount of premium channels that you would get, for example. And that's probably, that probably explains the difference again between the 29% increase for basic rate and the 14% that we see coming back to the cable companies.
Okay. So which of these figures then is most meaningful in terms of the changes that are taking place in the cable industry of America?
We think that the 29% is most significant, and that affects the majority of people, affects everybody, certainly, but it affects the 50% that maybe aren't into premium channels and so forth. So that probably is the more significant figure from our standpoint.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Olds?
Yes, I do.
So in summary, would you say that this report is good news or bad news for the American cable consumer?
For the consumer, bad news.
Bad news. The survey found that 34% of the systems reporting already were unregulated as of December 1st, 1986. Your survey also showed little difference in the extent of rate increases for systems that were regulated and systems that were not regulated in 1986. Specifically, your survey found that systems that were regulated already by 1986 but not regulated in 1988 showed rate increases of 27%, while systems that were not regulated in 1986 and not regulated in 1988 showed rate increases of 24%. That suggests the possibility that the root cause of rate increases over the past 2 years may well have been something other than rate deregulation brought about by the 1984 Cable Act. Do you agree with that? And if you do, what other factors do you think might be at play that would have led to such a substantial correlation between the regulated and unregulated cable entities from 86 to 88 showing relatively the same increase?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like Mr. Heck, who prepared that particular analysis, to take care of that.
Yeah, Mr. Markey, we were, I guess, somewhat surprised to find the increases as close as they were, since, again, you would expect those that were regulated, going from a regulated to unregulated environment, if there was some catching up to do in terms of rates, to show a significantly higher increase. We're a bit puzzled as to how really to interpret it, other than possibly saying that just the pricing patterns of the systems were seemingly pretty much the same, regardless of what their starting point was in 86. I think for the most part, in looking through the questionnaires, we would find a $1 or $2 increase in 87, and then another $1 increase in 88. Most systems did raise the rates over the 3 points in time that we examined, and also added some channels. That seemed to be pretty much of a tendency we found throughout all the systems, regardless of whether they were regulated or not. So I guess when you add it all up, it comes down to fairly similar percentage increases.
Well, so what does the report then tell us, Mr. Olds, if they both regulated and unregulated prior to 86 went up relatively the same percent in the post-deregulatory period?
I think it tells us that, as I concluded before the break, that there are some things that have to be looked in a little bit more detail than our studies showed. And we have to analyze those, and that's why I recommended that we go into further depth in certain areas. And we can't explain it any other way.
But your bottom line conclusion is that whether they were regulated or deregulated prior to 86, that there has been substantial increase since deregulation.
Yes, that would be true.
And that's the, I think, the point that is made by the aggregate numbers that you're presenting to us. But I think what could be helpful to us in the subsequent study that we'll ask you to conduct is if you could perhaps break down the regulated and unregulated prior to 86 in a way that would perhaps make it possible for you to give us some sense of what it is that affected both of those types of systems post 86, and what were the phenomenon before. If you'd be
we would be glad to do
that.
Thank
you. One of the findings in the GAO study that I found particularly interesting was your conclusion that 34% of the cable systems surveyed had changed ownership since December of 1986. News and financial reports indicate that many of the systems sold for $2,500 to $3,000 per subscriber, a major increase from system prices under $1,000 just a few years ago. In preparing your report for the subcommittee, were you able to determine what, if any, effect changes in ownership of cable systems had on the rates cable systems charge to consumers?
No, we did not make that analysis.
Then again, could I ask, as part of your next cable survey that you would complete for us by the end of the spring next year, that you do that kind of analysis for us so that we can get a better sense of what effect that phenomenon, that churning of cable ownership has on the overall price to the consumer ultimately.
We would also include that, Mr. Chairman.
And could I ask one final question? Would you have expected the type of rate increase documented by GAO in light of developments in the industry, such as MSO ownership of programming services and increases in advertising revenues for cable? In other words, would you have expected basic service subscribers to benefit more from these developments than they have over the last several years?
I don't have an opinion on that one way or the other. I mean, I would think they should have gotten more, and that's spot on. I don't have any analytical data to support that, but maybe one of my colleagues might have something.
Yeah, Mr. Miniger?
I guess the only thing that we've, the sense that we get is there is a real question as to whether an increase in 6 channels or 3 channels or 4 channels to the subscriber is really that beneficial for and commensurate with the rate increase. I don't know that the general feeling that we get from talking is that there's a real question as to whether that's true, whether that a couple more channels, maybe a particular channel and combination of channels really isn't that much value to the consumer relative to the increases in the rates.
Okay. We unfortunately have been interrupted once again by a floor vote that is being conducted across the street on the floor of the House of Representatives. And there is only 8 minutes left to go before the vote concludes. And I think as a result, it's probably advisable at this point to recess once again. I think another member of the subcommittee will return within a few brief moments. And what I would advise is that we not have a wholesale exodus out of the room so that we could maintain some sense of continuity and order in the proceedings. We want to reach on some timely basis the second panel. And to the extent to which we can keep the hearing somewhat intact as members return, I think it will be very helpful. As a matter of fact, I see Mr. Bauscher has just returned, and what I would like to do at this point is to turn the gavel over to him so that perhaps he could recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Ritter, for a round of questions, and then proceed in regular order after that.
The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Olds, I would like to question your statement that you made just before we left. First of all, does the legislation which created the GAO permit the agency or its members to draw official conclusions on its studies?
Yes, it does.
Yes. Is your opinion the official GAO opinion as a conclusion to this study, since there was no such conclusion in the study, or is this your own personal opinion, or what?
You're right. It was not in the report. It was in a response to a specific question. My comment to that would be it is my opinion. I believe my office would back that opinion.
Was your opinion cleared by your office?
Yes, it was.
Okay. To express that opinion publicly?
Yes.
Yes. When you were presenting the data, and I may have missed something, but when you presented the data, you presented comparative analysis between rate increases going from regulated to unregulated service versus rate increases that were
reflected services that had retained regulation. And although it was coming fairly fast, it occurred to me from just listening to the numbers that there was no appreciable difference between the two. Am I correct in that impression?
Yes, that is, the chairman before he left the room was talking about that, and that was one of those areas that I expressed that we needed to examine in and get behind more fully.
I guess my point, if that is the case, if the difference between that which was unregulated to that which was regulated in terms of price increase is similar to the price increases that consumers faced from systems which remained regulated, if those two are similar, how in the world do you come to a conclusion that somehow it is deregulation, or what you were talking about was a need to focus on re-regulation as being a solution to these changes in prices?
In my opinion, the rise of 29% as the overall national average, rather than the smaller number of companies, and I believe it's a smaller number that would get into those, we would still show a 6% jump if I, yeah, 6% jump for the lowest price service overall. And I would say that in my mind that rise is going up, and all I was alluding to by re-regulation, or in response to the direct question, was that in fact I thought it was time to look at that. There are some things that are leaning to go up. They're not going down, they're not holding the line.
But the bottom line was that the regulated 29% didn't seem to be out of line when compared with the data from those systems that had retained regulation.
May I explain? The 88 numbers that we have are all deregulated. It's ones that were regulated in 86, but now 97% of the systems are unregulated now. So all of these numbers that when we were reporting the change, we're going from one to the other, not still regulated.
Yeah, okay, but that shifts, it just shifts the comparison period, but the rate increases still are similar for regulated to regulated versus regulated to unregulated. And it seems to me that until you can explain why those are different, you shouldn't treat one so differently than the other. And I also would like to add, are you familiar with what might constitute the starting rate base so as to know what is appropriate to add on to in terms of, I mean, have you considered I know you did consider the number of channels, but have you considered investments in plant and equipment? Have you considered signal quality and technology improvement? In other words, in order to make some rationalization out of this number, you need to know what went into it in addition to adding channels. Is the addition of X channels, I forget what it was, it seemed to average 6, is that in and of itself worthy of rate increase? I don't know. Is the investment in plant and equipment, in throwing in cable fiber into the ground, is that worthy of increase? I don't know. But when I hear that the regulated to regulated is similar to the regulated to unregulated, and then you say that the regulated to unregulated merits reconsideration of rate regulation, I guess you lost me on that. And if there's no further comment, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
If I could comment.
Mr. Ritter, in response to your question, when we speak of systems that were regulated and now not regulated, and systems that were not regulated during a period of regulation and still not regulated, and the rates are similar, or the rate increases are similar, it could be due to a fact that there was an environment of regulation. So even for those systems So even for those systems that were not regulated during that time, because of the environment, they would stay abreast with certain price changes and certain price increases. It is just the atmosphere or the environment which keeps the prices pretty much the same. Now, as Mr. Olds indicated, we have no proof of that. That's just a theory, and we need to look into it a little bit further. But that may explain why the increases are so similar.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
But I'm also looking at some data which has listed revenue per subscriber for all systems, okay?
Yes.
Your Appendix 6, page 52. If you go from regulated to unregulated, the revenue per subscriber is $21.73 going to unregulated, $24.93. If you go from unregulated to unregulated, those that were unregulated back in '86, in other words, you go from $21.41 to $24.37.
Yes.
I mean, the two are tracking one another with remarkable similarity.
Absolutely. Well, just think, if you're a cable system and you're operating and you're not subject to regulation, why would you be that much out of line with other systems maybe in the nearby surroundings which are regulated? You would want to keep your prices consistent with what the market is.
A rationale for not re-regulating.
So what I'm saying is, even during an environment of regulation, even though those systems were not regulated, the environment was such to hold down those prices.
But if the environment is such to hold down the prices over the same period of time that the study is being made, then you've just proven the point that the argument, how you draw the conclusion that you need rate re-regulation out of this is beyond me.
But see, the point is, once the regulatory environment has lifted, or the rate increases are pretty similar.
And I think
the data doesn't show that yet, Mr. Chairman.
I think, as the chairman recognized, I think earlier that that, along with the drastic increase from '86 after deregulation through October '88, that, in comparison to what happened before deregulation, I think forms another
data do not
basis for our...
Then there's drastic increase during the course of regulated service as well that is comparable to the so-called drastic increase that accompanied deregulation. It doesn't fit. Sorry. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Olds, let me pursue a line of questioning with you, first concerning the methodology for conducting the study and some conclusions that we might draw from the absence of responses from approximately 1 in 4 cable operators to whom this survey was sent. I understand that 74% of those to whom the survey was sent did in fact respond. Did you make any effort while the survey was being conducted to attempt to obtain responses from the other 26%?
Yes, we did. We constantly followed up with telephone calls. I think, Jonathan, wasn't there 3 different mailings, 3 different additional mailings trying to track getting responses back, telephonic calls as well, trying to get a hold of, maybe it was going to the wrong address. So we tried every way we could see to get those additional percentage responses, if you will.
So you made repeated efforts to get that additional 26% of companies to respond to your initial survey.
Yes, we did.
And the overall response rate was then 74%. Is it not possible, Mr. Olds, that the survey, therefore, understates the severity of rate increases during the 23 months for which your survey was conducted? In view of the fact that I think common sense suggests to us that the companies that did not voluntarily respond, notwithstanding repeated efforts on your part to have those responses made, were probably the ones that had a less favorable story to tell in terms of their performance on rates, and that their rate increases perhaps were far higher than the 29%, which was the average of the 74% of companies that responded.
I would like to just, I'm not sure that I can sit here and tell you that it was understated. Okay.
But the possibility of an understatement exists.
Yeah, in any study that's done, you're going to have some. We don't know if those people that had higher rates increased. But I would like to add two things there. One is we did get responses from cable companies that showed they had an increase of over 100%. We did get responses from companies that showed they had an increase of 50%. So they weren't just holding it back.
Well, no, I'm not suggesting to you that all the companies that had rate increases above this level figure of 29% didn't respond. What I'm suggesting is that there would be a natural inclination on the part of companies in a voluntary survey that had increases of 75%, 100%. We have anecdotal evidence of some companies with a 150% rate of increase might be somewhat reluctant to respond and perhaps are in that group that did not. Let me ask this question, Mr. Rolls. Did you, following the completion of the receipt of surveys, make any effort to call local governments in the localities where those 26% of non-responding companies are located to see what the rate of increase among those companies was?
Okay. Well, can I add one other? I will answer that with my statistician, but I would like to say that 85% of the subscribers are covered by the responses, just to put that in perspective as well. And Jonathan?
At the time we finished the data collection, it was getting rather late to the time that you wanted the report, so we had to give most of our efforts into actually doing the data analysis. We had talked with a number of cities in the course of developing the survey, but we did not have a chance to go to them after the survey was completed.
So no attempt was made, and I'm not suggesting any criticism of the failure of that attempt in the question, but no attempt was made to follow up these surveys to find out what, in fact, the rate of increases were in the localities through which responses were not received.
That is true.
Okay. Mr. Rolls, let me ask you a little bit about the suggestion that there have been services added by local cable companies that provide a value that might in turn be compensated for in some respect by these rate increases. I think you've identified several areas where it is suggested that some additional value to the consumer may have been provided. One of those is the increase in the number of channels from an average of 27 to an average of 32, I believe the figure was. That's an average increase of about 5 channels. Do you have any information as a result of your study that indicates what these channels are?
No, we did not look into the value or types of channels being offered.
So these could be channels such as the Home Shopping Network or auction channels or perhaps the Weather Channel. I've tried to stay riveted on the Weather Channel and have had some difficulty in doing that. And I guess my real question is, are these channels that really do add any value? Do you have any information showing that these additional channels are things that consumers really want and really need?
That was not part of our study.
So you can't assign any value to that additional offering of roughly 5 channels per system, can you?
No, other than just sheer increase.
I would like to suggest to you, Mr. Rolls, that some things have happened which, in fact, may take away from the value of the service to consumers and offer them less viewing options rather than more. In my congressional district, there's been a phenomenon known as the collapse of the tier structure, where in the past, consumers have had several options for viewing service from the local cable system. If they wanted to get just the basic over-the-air channels and perhaps a public television station, maybe cable news network, and 1 or 2 other offerings, in the past, they've been able to get those and pay a very basic rate. Then if they wanted to get a more expanded 27 or 36 channel offering, they could have that for the higher rate. Not too many years ago, there was a collapse in my congressional district of that tier structure, and the rates all went to the higher figure, and everyone was required then to receive the larger channel offerings, whether in fact they wanted that. I've had about as many complaints about that from my constituents as I have about the general increase in rates. And so what they're telling me and what I would suggest to you is that in fact those consumers are receiving less viewing options now rather than more. And any comment that you have on that I would value.
Well, the only thing I think that there were 76% that only had one type of service in 86, and then there were, I think it went to 84% had one, excuse me, one type of service. So there was some collapsing, and I would agree with you, and that did change, I think, some of the charges to the consumer, what we were going to have to pay out of our pocket. for that, and I think that upset many people.
So that is one aspect of the change in service that could legitimately be viewed by many consumers as taking some value away from them in view of the higher costs they had to pay.
Yes, that they didn't want to pay for those extra channels.
We have, in reviewing your report, identified a couple of other areas where you have suggested that things were provided to the consumer, perhaps in exchange for some portion of the increase in rates. Among those are remote control units, set-top converters, program guides, and I also note from your report that in some cases, in most cases, I assume with regard to remote control in particular, that there have been additional charges made to the consumer for those services. I wonder if you have made any effort with regard to areas where no additional charge was made to the consumer for those particular items, to determine what the cost of those items would be to the cable company and whether the cost is reflected in the rate increase or whether the rate increase is abnormally high, even considering those costs.
I don't believe we did, but no.
The cost would not be in the basic rate increase. It would be in the total revenues that accrue to the cable company, of course.
Right.
And there is some. We do have statistics. Appendix 4 to our report does contain information, for example, about remote control, and it shows that there was a slight, well, stayed about the same as far as whether remote control was included in the basic charge. It's very low, 2.9% to 3.4%, and added monthly charge was increased actually from 54.4 to 69.5%. So there was an increase in the charges for remote controls, for example, in the example you mentioned.
No real effort was made on your part, though, to assign the cost to the cable company for providing these additional services, was it?
No.
Okay. Let me ask if this isn't also a possibility. Isn't it true that in some circumstances, cable companies, when they provided a larger number of channels, one or more of the average of 5 new channels provided, may have added channels for which the cable company actually received revenue in 2 respects? First of all, they received revenue by being able to advertise on that channel. I understand that's typically the case with regard to the home shopping network, and also add revenue to their revenue base by raising their cable rates, so that they're winners in both respects.
Yes, I'm sure that's true. That was not part of our study, but I'm sure that's true.
Well, I would simply suggest that based on these factors that it is highly questionable as to what additional value, if any, cable subscribers have received in exchange for the very substantial rate increases that have occurred. I notice also that your report documents that more than 1/3 of cable systems had changed ownership during the course of the study. We also have information today that cable systems are being sold for between 3 and 4 times the replacement cost of the cable assets. And I'm quite concerned personally that rates are artificially inflated in order to finance these very expensive buyouts. Did the GAO do any research in the course of conducting this study to analyze the effect that those ownership changes might have on cable rates?
No, we did not.
I would suggest that you do so, and in fact, it will be my intention to submit a letter to you that requests your assistance in analyzing that particular question, as well as several other aspects of the overall consideration that remain unaddressed. Mr. Rolls, I have only one additional question for you, and then I'll recognize other members of the panel. You have testified previously today that the rate increases that you have observed in compiling this report are troublesome, that it is the opinion of GAO that the cable industry today is in fact a monopoly, and that some form of re-regulation will be necessary. Would it be fair to conclude that within that opinion of the GAO, there is room for something other than the kind of regulation that we had prior to December of 1986, and that legislation which changes the structure of the industry by providing competition might be one constructive way to address the concerns that you've raised?
I would totally agree with that. I think you could also look at price caps. You could look at a redefinition of what is the competitive competition market. There's a couple ways. When I used the word re-regulate, I was not in any way endorsing going back to the point where we were before on rate of rate of return, But there are many options of re-regulation.
And one of those could be opening the market to other competitors.
Yes, that's exactly true.
Mr. Olds, I thank you very much, and I would recognize the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank the chair for yielding. I won't get you to repeat your final statements, although I must admit they are music to my ears. Wish that your report had given us additional evidence or information for a re-regulation case. One of the things about your report that troubles me is the secret nature of the responses, and I can understand that you're more likely to get honest answers, I suppose, if those answers are confidential. But it also works the other way. If we are unable to look at your report and check to see the honesty of the responses, we have no way of auditing the findings or finding out for a particular area whether they told the truth or not, or what type of cable subscriber in fact responded to you. Like, I couldn't look in my congressional district to see, you know, did the good guys answer or did the bad guys answer? So secrecy cuts both ways, and it worries me the very thought that cable rates should in any way be private information. To me, they should be fully public to everybody. The whole world should be able to look and compare and contrast. So the secrecy element of your study worries me a great deal. Another concern I have is this. It seems that you looked at rates and prices, and perhaps you were limited in your view to only look at that, but unless you can compare it with costs, you really have nothing to compare it to. And it's my understanding that costs were not really a part of your study. So that we have no way to know whether, for example, as one of my Republican colleagues claimed, that, you know, the price of milk went up, the price of bread went up, therefore the implication is the price of cable necessarily went up. Well, I wonder about that. It's my impression that ad revenues have gone up tremendously on cable channels. That's a great new source of revenue. Perhaps that could have even allowed cable subscription rates to go down. But this committee has no information on things like that. It's my impression that most other sort of wireline industries, like the telephone company, those are declining cost industries. I think even the telephone companies would widely acknowledge they are declining cost industries. Does anyone know whether cable is a declining cost industry? And to me, that's a fundamental question. And yet we on this committee have almost no information about that. And perhaps, as I say, it's the strict limit that we put on your study. But it seems to me that the result of all this is a significant skewing of the results in favor of the cable companies. And we still found a very negative finding that, you know, the rates have gone up dramatically. But it worries me that due to what we omitted, what we did not look at, we could have found out a vast array of information that would have been even more important. My final point would be this, that if you are a cable company buyer or seller, or if you are a buyer or seller of stock in a cable company, you can almost look at this report and laugh, because it seems to have no relationship with the prices at which cable companies are selling today. I would think that if the average cable buyer thought that his franchise was going to be as limited in its prospective profits as you indicate, they'd have to cut their prices in half. There'd be almost a fire sale on current cable franchises, and yet we don't see that happening. And I don't think that anyone in this room fears that, based on your study, that cable stock prices are going to fall on the New York Stock Exchange today, now that it's been revealed that cable companies have only raised their prices 24 or 25% in the last 2 years. It seems to me that the market in this case probably knows far more about the complete picture than we do due to a limited focused study. And therefore it seems to me even more evident that the information we don't know, the information we haven't studied yet, the information that we don't have at our fingertips could be what underlies these fantastic prices that are being paid for cable companies, and could underlie the significant consumer dissatisfaction that there is right now with cable franchises across the country. So I realize I've made several points there. If you'd care to respond to any of them, you're more than welcome.
And there are gaps in this in the study. We looked at rates and services provided, increases in channels. We did not look at the value. We did not look at the programming. And I will agree, we didn't look at cost of installations and all the other things that go with that. And I agreed. I think to get a full measure of what really was happening or what is happening out in the marketplace, you do have to go on to some of those other things. And I think I would offer that our follow-on study would consider those various tangents of that particular system or that particular idea. And I guess without going to each one of your points, that's how I would respond to that.
I think, again, this was a voluntary survey. I think most of the information we requested was information that's pretty much on the public record. If you ask for how much for your HBO and your basic rates, I mean, that's not secret. We did ask for revenue per subscriber, which is proprietary information. They had no basis for really responding if they didn't want to. We have no audit authority, certainly over the cable companies. A few responses we got, they wouldn't even tell us how many subscribers they had because they consider that proprietary. I mean, there were some, a few out there who just didn't want to respond at all. We considered cost information, certainly rate of return, this type of issues you're raising are important, but then again, our response rate would have been way down when we get into basically how profitable are you and this type of things.
But if you look at the proprietary information argument, I have seen people use that argument in cases in which there was competition, in which you would be worried about a competitor getting an advantage over you in a particular market. But in this case, there isn't any competition.
Well,
so why does the proprietary argument work?
A few of the systems we pre-tested our questionnaire with were certainly the only system operating in their area, but they're concerned about getting bought out too, and what the competition knew in the other county, how profitable they were, how many paid units they're selling, what their growth rate has been. So there's some suspicion there from one cable system to another.
But when the local municipality makes a decision on whether to renew a franchise or things of that type, if they don't even have any access to information about how many subscribers are signed up, they have no way of knowing how well or how poorly their own community is served. If you make all this proprietary information, it seems to me that we're just deliberately putting ourselves in the dark about the way that our own citizens and constituents receive information. And that stretches the proprietary argument pretty far indeed, it would seem to me.
Yeah, again, there were just a few systems that wouldn't report subscribership numbers at all. Most of them were willing to do that.
I would like to ask what information you have, if any, right now about the replacement cost. How much would it cost per subscriber to put in a new cable system somewhere? Do y'all have any information along those lines?
No, we don't.
So I would conclude my questioning, Mr. Chairman, just by pointing out the significant shortcomings, not that it's the fault of the GAO, but I would urge that a follow-on study be concluded as quickly as possible, covering some of these other areas so that we could have a true picture of the situation with the cable industry. I thank the Chair.
Pleased to do that.
Gentleman's time has expired, and once again, the GAO has agreed to complete the next study in rapid order so that we can have the information for our subcommittee deliberations next year in a timely fashion. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Schaefer, for a round of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Olds, I want to get back to this regulation or deregulation question just for a second. And I had my office contact GAO and was told that if there was an official statement from the agency in the report pertaining to an opinion as far as regulation of the cable industry, it would be included in there. Is that correct?
If there was, yeah, there wasn't any at that time. We put that together, and this was something I discussed with our general counsel prior to coming over to testify. It wasn't in the report.
So in other words, my understanding is from your report and from the study that it was not GAO's opinion that regulation of the industry would be therefore necessary.
No, it wasn't in the report at the time we were drafting and printing that.
Right.
I discussed that subsequently because I knew that would be a question that would be asked of me to render an opinion as it relates to what we should be saying about regulation, deregulation. That's why, and the only reason it's not in the report is mainly because that happened, subsequent events took place. And that's all, that's what I'm responding. In other words, the report was already put together, it was at the printer, I had to discuss with our general counsel what would be my response from an office standpoint about that. And that's really all, that's not, sometimes we put them in there. If we would have made that decision at that time, we weren't looking at that. Knowing you were going to ask me, or the chair or the members were going to ask me, I had to get in a position from our office, what should be my response from an office standpoint.
Is this your personal opinion, or is this the opinion of the GAO office?
This is opinion backed by my discussion with our general counsel.
Even though it's not in the report?
Yes, sir.
That's, isn't that very odd?
Well, all I'm saying, no, we do put them in the report. In this case, if we would have got to that point of taking a position, we didn't look to take a position at that time.
Then the report should not have been really let go until there was an opinion in that.
We had no choice but to provide the copies to the committee as we were requested, and we had to do it at that time. And we didn't have time to formulate the position that we were going to take. And if the question would have never come up, we would have not taken that till we went on and gathered some other things. And that, you know, it's not unusual that that happens when we do testify subsequent to the report. We may change a position. We may have made a position after the report is already being printed and everything else. We'd have to modify it to go back in it, and I can do that on testimony. And that's why I did go and talk with that particular issue.
Was there an official request by the subcommittee on this particular subject?
No. I mean, official request in the sense of, no, we did not get an official.
As far as an opinion on regulation?
No, it's just something, as we talked out what was going to happen on testimony, what kind of questions would come up, we knew that that type of thing would come up as we've read in the paper and bills.
This member just feels strongly that if indeed you are doing this study, which we have carefully reviewed, as members of the committee have, that is the one key issue that probably should have been studied and either included in the report or not included in the report. As you yourself indicated, you knew that you were going to get probably a question on this, or your position on this, and I would think that that would have been one thing that should have been included in that report as far as before it was released. A couple other questions, Mr. Olds. Given your experience with surveys, how representative is this particular study? In other words, is a 75% response good, in your opinion, with surveys?
Yes, I think it's excellent. I can give you 4 other ones that our division has done when we use voluntary surveys and pledge confidentiality, and they range from 56% response, 69, 75, and 87. So we're right up at the upper range of that. I believe, and Jonathan has done these himself, I think it's a very high figure.
In general, when we're dealing with private groups, non-governmental agencies, our response rate isn't quite as good as we might hope to get from somebody where GAO means a little more. In general, a 70 to 80% response rate is fairly typical, as you saw. Let me make one other side that GAO is not the only organization that has surveyed the cable industry. The National Cable Television Association surveyed the cable industry itself using Arthur Anderson, and they only received a 23% response rate. We made the effort of going out, asking questions that we felt we could get answers to, making the effort to find out what kinds of issues would be able to be responded to, and then tried to fashion the best document possible. We felt without this amount of effort, 75% would not, or a reasonable response rate would not have been available, and we're very proud of what we did be able to accomplish.
There are those in the cable industry that point out there's a constant pressure for increased rates due to programming costs, copyright fees, improved customer service. Do you feel that these are legitimate reasons why there would be an increase in individual rates?
I would say those are reasonable figures to consider when you raise a rate on that, yes. I think those are valid cost or various things that come into play when that goes up. Yes.
Do you feel that...
Now, to what extent we didn't analyze that. I'm just responding to that. In fact, yes, those would be reasonable.
Well, I mean, but we can basically analyze that over the fact that the average cost has went up about $3 a month over this period of time. When people like to use percentages, I'd rather use actual dollar costs.
Yes.
If you're talking about $8 to $11, it's different than $100 to $150. And so I want to make sure that in your opinion, that these are legitimate reasons why they would have went up. And also, do you feel that there has been improvement in the overall cable system then throughout the country as far as programming, service to the customer, et cetera?
We did not analyze that, sir.
You did not get into that?
No, we did not.
Okay. I have noticed that you have estimates on the average monthly revenue generated by each subscriber in there. Do you have any estimates as how much this revenue is returned to the localities in franchise fees?
No, we do not.
I recall somewhere like $600 million was a figure that I found. And I found it interesting that the highest percentage increase in homes accessible to cable are those served by the smallest systems. Could you comment on that and maybe draw some conclusions?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mo. I think that is true. We do have an appendix in the report that I think that confirms that the greatest increase in the penetration has been with the small firms. I don't have that appendix right in front of me, but there is an appendix in the report that shows that.
I'll check this out, and I want to yield back because I don't want to take all the time here, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. His time has expired, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Leland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I enter into my questions, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my full statement, opening statement.
Without objection, it will be inserted into the record at the appropriate point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Olds, it appears that your data suggests that there is some price competition for premium services, yet no price competition for basic services. Do you believe your data supports such a conclusion?
Yes, I think it does.
Your study revealed, too, that the rate increase for previously regulated and deregulated systems were roughly the same. Does that suggest that the rates of previously regulated systems were not artificially low?
We've responded to that several. I think it's the same chart that we keep coming back to: regulated versus regulated and deregulated versus there. And Mr. Heck, who has gone through that, can tell you what his opinion is and what those figures represent.
Mr. Heck?
Yeah, again, and I think this may relate to what Jackie Cook mentioned earlier, is that there may have been some similar marketing and pricing strategies regardless of whether there was regulation or deregulation. Again, we are reporting what we found as far as a definitive explanation of whether the rates were too high, underpriced, overpriced. We're really hard pressed to have an official opinion on that, because again we were just basically asked for information for 3 points in time, just prior to deregulation, the end of '87 and the end of October 31, '88.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. I yield back the balance of my time.
No other questions. Do any other members have requests for questions on this? All right, then we will conclude the opening panel. We would appreciate if the GAO...
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask one quick question? I just pulled up before you release them.
Unanimous consent to allow the gentleman from Colorado to ask one question.
Mr. Holtz.
Without objection.
In considering rising costs that are justified, such as franchise fees, copyright fees, et cetera, how can you express an opinion that rises in rates is necessarily bad news for the consumers, of which I understand you did?
Basically, I would respond it is he's going to foot the bill for everything else that's going on, and that only putting it in that context that it's bad for the consumer to pay a higher price.
Yeah, it's bad for the consumer to pay a higher price for a gallon of milk or
for anything.
For anything. Although those are staple items, and these particular items are we wouldn't consider to be staple as far as wanting to hook up to cable TV, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Gentleman's time has expired, and with the thanks of the subcommittee for your work and in expectation of additional product from the GAO coming to the subcommittee on related topics to this hearing today, we thank you. You've done a real service for the subcommittee. I think you've helped to really focus us on some very important policy issues that we will have to deal with in the months and years ahead, and we thank you much for giving us an impartial analysis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to the second and final panel, which is an all-star panel of national leaders in various aspects of the cable industry issues, and would ask them now to come up to the panel so that we can hear their opening statements and then move on to questions from the subcommittee.
Nice to see you.
What? It's played by John Barrymore. It's a Wonderful Life. Huh? Okay, our second panel consists of the Honorable Robert Boland, who is the mayor of Fort Worth, Texas, Mr. James P. Mooney, who is the president of the National Cable Television Association here in Washington, D.C., of Mr. Steve Abrams, who is a council member from the city of Rockville in the state of Maryland, representing the National League of Cities, Mr. Amos Hostetter, who is chairman and CEO of the Continental Cablevision Company based in Boston, Massachusetts, Mr. Peter Pratt, who is director of telecommunications from the city of Somerville in Somerville, Massachusetts, and he is here representing the National Association of Telecommunications Officers and Administrators. We also have Mr. Richard Kessel, who is chair and executive director of the New York State Consumer Protection Board, down today from Albany. And finally, Mr. Richard Plunkett, who is the president of the Fairmont Cable TV Board of Directors, representing us here today from Fairfax, Virginia. So let us begin then with you, Mayor Boland, if you would please move the microphone over in front of you. What I'd like to do is to limit each of you to 5 minutes, and we will then conclude the opening statements in 35 minutes, and at that point we will turn to questions from the subcommittee panel, which I can promise you will be extensive, and also offer opportunities for dialogue between the contending positions, which will be represented in your opening statements here today amongst the panelists. So welcome, Mr. Mayor. We thank you for coming in today and look forward to your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate having this audience today and members of the subcommittee. I'm here on behalf of the National League of Cities and the United States Conference of Mayors, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify. Our two organizations are concerned with the dramatic increases in the cable television service rates threatening to divide this country into haves and have-nots in terms of access to cable television, which is becoming an essential source of information for most Americans. You know, we've heard a great deal this morning on monopoly, and one of the things that I thought sitting in the chair there was monopoly of what? Entertainment, information, education channels, all these other things, and I think they vary a great deal. There's no question that we have competition in some of those areas, and we have no competition in all in others. Cable operators are able to take economic advantage of subscriber dependency on cable, which is increasingly becoming the bottleneck through which information flows to most American homes. I heard just a moment ago that Congressman Boucher mentioned that he doesn't get tied to the Weather Channel, and I concur, Congressman. except in Mr. Leland's, Congressman Leland's district this last week when Chantel was there coming in off the coast. I will guarantee you many people looked at the Weather Channel and they kept it on all day. That even permeated up into our area. The GAO study demonstrates what cities have been saying all along, that cable operators are using their monopolistic powers in the absence of rate regulation to unfairly charge consumers for the provisions of public services. You've heard the percentages. I don't need to go into those again, but some of them are certainly excessive when they get over 50, 60, 70%. What we have been told, though, and the vision of the industry that we looked at almost a decade ago, was what it would do way beyond just entertainment and just going into the education loops and going into programming on the local level. You also heard the Little League games. You've heard of C-SPAN itself as throughout these hearings, I assume, presume will be shown throughout this country. And without that one access, that would not be true. We also have all sorts of originated programs in Fort Worth, Texas, and those are very valuable to our community, and that is the only way to receive those into our community. I would say that that's just one part of the picture. The GAO survey does not highlight the dramatic increases in the rates. It does highlight that, but it does not provide a complete picture of the unfairness of rate hikes. The survey, for instance, does not take into account that many cities have forgiven cable operators' commitments to win those franchises in the first place to provide millions of dollars of cable services under franchise agreements because the operators were unable or unwilling to fulfill contractual obligations in the first place. In my particular city, we recently renegotiated our franchise agreement with the cable operator at their request, underlined at their request, and we forgave them approximately $10 million that they had committed to win the franchise in the first place. Now, I might add that they might not have won that franchise in the first place, that $10 million worth of services in that competitive environment were not put on the table when we originally offered that franchise. In order to obtain the operator's agreement to allow the city to operate the local original program system and the studio to provide same, we forgave that $10 million. And we have had a very good relationship with our provider to do that. But the fact is their costs are $10 million less than they were, and right after that we had another dollar increase in the basic rates. Ours are very minimal. Ours are in the norm. But the fact is that our consumers are paying more today and receiving less. And that's documented from the cable operator who provides it. Although the cable rates have increased, there's not always been a similar improvement in the quality of services. Mayors and elected officials who met in the city of New York this Monday identified a number of additional problems which require congressional attention. They include poor cable television signal quality, discriminatory and anti-competitive behavior by the operators and their affiliated programmers against potential new competitors in the cable marketplace, the elimination or repositioning of local television signals, the regulatory impediments to the ability of cities to deny franchise renewal where a cable television system has not, and I underline, has not provided adequate service. I have attached to my testimony a press statement that the mayors and elected officials released this Monday. In the term of cable rates, Congress should pass legislation allowing a cable franchising authority to regulate basic cable service rates and regulated charges such as installation and converter renter fees unless there is direct competition from another cable system or other comparable provider of multi-channel services. Additionally, in order to ensure that this country is not divided into haves and have-nots in terms of access to information services, franchising authorities should have the power to require cable operators to provide lifeline services regulated rates. In closing, I would like to commend the subcommittee for undertaking the effort to quantify and qualify rate increases. Such a study has been long overdue. Although we believe the study and survey has been an improvement in certain respects identified in my written testimony, it nevertheless supports those who have expressed concern over rate increases since deregulation. And hopefully the debate generated by the document also helps to focus attention on the other regulatory problems. And lastly, to close, the cable franchise that was sold in San Antonio at $2,600 per subscriber that you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, earlier, That, if you extrapolate those figures, shows that somewhere, somehow, $45 a consumer per month is going to be required to pay that debt service and to make sure that that is a profitable entity. Now, today, we do not have anywhere near that income stream. Where will it come from? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, very, very much. Our second witness, Mr. James P. Mooney, is the president of the National Cable Television Association. Welcome back again, Mr. Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Could you move the microphone over
Certainly.
a little bit closer, please?
We appreciate the opportunity to comment on the GAO survey and in fact, appreciate your having ordered that the survey be conducted. A great deal has been said and claimed about cable rates over the past couple of years, and we think it useful to everyone concerned that an assessment be made which is both objective and comprehensive. Now, as you've heard on numerous occasions this morning, the GAO findings are that basic service, according to how you measure it by tier, has gone up an average of 26 to 29%. But I would emphasize what the GAO also reported, that this is just one component of the cable subscriber's bill, and that the average cable subscriber's monthly bill, the thing he pays, went from $21.58 to $24.68, an increase of 14%. And the GAO calls this last number the bottom line and says that if it is adjusted for concurrent inflation, it represents an increase of 8% in constant dollars in the average subscriber's monthly bill. Now, these are not inconsequential numbers, but given the history of the matter, we think they're not unreasonable for the following reasons. The FCC allowed local governments to regulate cable basic service for 14 years, 1972 through 1986. And during that time, cable basic rates ran 72 percentage points behind the Consumer Price Index. Indeed, even post-deregulation, the average basic rate is still $1.77 below what the 72 rate would be if during the intervening period it had simply increased alongside the CPI. And therefore, cable operators have not tried since 1976 to recapture everything they lost to inflation during the pre-deregulation period. Yet, our subscribers are getting a lot more for their money than was the case certainly 16 years ago, or even 3 years ago. As the GAO witnesses testified this morning, the average number of basic channels provided to subscribers rose by about 6 channels, and in terms of cost to the consumer, the GAO numbers say that the price per channel has remained almost flat, going only from 44 cents per channel in '86 to 46 cents in 1988. Now, part of this increase in the number of channels provided reflects increased investment by our industry in plant upgrades. We spent $246 million to improve plant and add channels in '86. In '87, that was up to $292 million. In '88, $417 million, a 70% increase in just over 2 years. Moreover, the quality of cable programming, something which cannot be measured statistically, but which is nonetheless real, has improved markedly over the past couple of years, and that's a direct function of money. It's a result of a 66% increase in basic programming expenditures just from '86 to '88. In '89, operator expenditures will increase yet another 18% for programming, hitting nearly $1 billion. And this, again, will be provided in further improvements in programming quality. I think it's relevant that this morning when the Emmys were announced, for the first time, cable programming services were eligible and got 16 nominations. Coming from an organization dominated by the broadcasting industry, I think that's quite a statement. Finally, I should point out that the GAO's numbers on rates very closely track the BLS's average annual numbers for the same period, a fact which tends to validate the BLS's methodology. And while the GAO study goes no further than last year, the BLS's survey, of course, is a continuing one. And while the overall CPI, according to the BLS, rose 3% during the first 6 months of this year, its cable component rose only 1.6%. And this strongly suggests, in my mind, that the post-deregulation adjustment in rates is over, and that in '89 and subsequent years we can hope to see a more normal curve than that experienced in the immediate post-deregulation period. Now, in closing, I should say, Mr. Chairman, that we're very much aware and sensitive to concerns of members of Congress about cable rates. And we're aware, too, that individual local situations may vary from the national averages. We hear you, and we do understand the importance of restraint. We do not believe, however, that this survey depicts an industry broadly abusing its freedom. We have not attempted to totally catch up. Most rate increases have been offset by more channels of service and much improved program quality. Basic cable remains a good buy for the average family. 32 channels of service for $14.77 a month. That's about 50 cents a day. It's less than it costs to take the family out to the movies for just one evening. Mr. Chairman, we appreciate, again, the opportunity to have our views heard. We support your urging, instructing, I guess, the GAO to continue monitoring this situation. As you and the FCC continue to consider these issues, you can depend on our continued cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Our next witness is Mr. Steve Abrams, who is a council member from the city of Rockville, in Rockville, Maryland, and he's here today representing the National League of Cities. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And with the subcommittee's permission, I'd like to have my prepared testimony submitted for the record, and I'd like to summarize.
Without objection, it will be included in its entirety, and we look forward to your oral presentation.
Mr. Chairman, I was taken somewhat by Congressman Townsend's reference to a song in his opening statement. It brought to mind one that we're singing in Rockville. It's an old Tom Lear song. What we're saying is there's a price for what we used to get for free now in my hometown. Our cable experience has been one of the ones, I guess, at the far end of the parameters of the study, because we are not in the bulk of the range. We have experienced 123% rent increase since 1986. And that only talks in terms of basic tier service. Had the figures looked at the original service that was to be provided to us in Rockville and Montgomery County, we had a basic tier that was to have been provided at $1.98 a month. That was compressed when a subsequent purchaser came in and took over the system. And if you'd use that, the percentage increase is well over 1,000. Also, it does not reflect the average cost per bill in terms of the real kind of service that's being purchased in Rockville and Montgomery County. There, the rates are substantially higher. We have several concerns with it. The concern that we have as a municipality is that while the rates have gone up, our ability to impact the qualitative aspects of service have not been correspondently recognized. We find in dealing with other utilities that operate within our city a much more rational method of operation on other considerations beyond rate when we're dealing with the electric company, the gas company, or the telephone company. But to try to deal with our cable operator on things of location of service and other aspects, we fall on a deaf ear. Montgomery County was a system that was to be state-of-the-art. We were promised 102 channels. We were wired for 2 lines to provide that. That commitment was not fulfilled. We ended up now with a reduction in lines with a new service down to a 60-channel system. But more importantly to our considerations, other local zoning concerns that we've had with regard to undergrounding of utilities aren't being met by the new provider. We're a fairly sophisticated community. We tried to act in advance when these operations are taking place, and even that has gone to no avail. I have a particular interest in this because I was one of the leading advocates in the city to bring us into the county's cable television system. I fought for it in 1982. I grew up in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where I was exposed to cable all my life as a community antenna system. I think there are many benefits that cable can provide, and certainly we've gotten some of those benefits in terms of community access. Rate structure troubles us. The lack of effective competition troubles us very, very much. The The other aspects that trouble us is the purchase and leasing of equipment. It seems to me that I took up the wrong discipline. I have a business education and a law background. I should have gone in for engineering in trying to figure out precisely what I needed to get to equip my house with cable television. That experience was brought home to me when I bought my first cable-ready TV set, and I tried to work it in conjunction with a videotape recorder. I have learned how to hook up my own telephones. I'm still not sure I can fully comprehend why I'm getting channel 9 on the system that comes in through the cables converter, but the converter on my television set requires me to get it on 29, and why I can't find a simple device to allow me to use a cable-ready set and simply hook into that and purchase it for premium service. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you this morning, and I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Abrams, very much. Our next witness is Mr. Amos Hofstetter, who is the Chairman and CEO from Continental Cablevision from Boston, Massachusetts. Welcome back again, Mr. Hofstetter.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would also like to submit my full statement for inclusion in the record, including a number of letters that we have received from various subscribers about the service that's being provided.
Without objection, it will be included in the record.
Mr. Chairman, for 2.5 years, a chorus of cable industry competitors and city officials have decried Post-Cable Act rate increases, relying for the most part on selectively chosen anecdotal evidence. For the first time since deregulation, Congress now has available a definitive industry-wide data on the effect of basic rate deregulation. The information which GAO compiled looks not only at basic rates, but more importantly, at the total bill paid by cable consumers. And what the GAO study shows is that the average cable consumer's bill went up 7% annually during the first 2 years following deregulation. To quote from the GAO report, quote, "The bottom line, after sorting out various increases and decreases in basic rates, options, and premium channels, is their effect on the cable system's total revenues. Monthly average revenue to cable operators per subscriber increased from $21.58 to $24.68 between December 1986 and October 1988, an increase of 14%, close quote, over the 23-month period. Following 2 decades of artificial constraints and often arbitrary local regulation, I believe that a 7% annual increase shown by the GAO report reflects an industry that has acted reasonably, especially in light of the increased expenditures for substantially higher programming costs, franchise fees, and taxes. The bottom line is that since deregulation, the average consumer has experienced a real increase in his cable bill of only 4% a year using 1986 constant dollars. At the same time, the GAO report reflects that consumers are receiving 20% more channels of service. The dramatic change in our product over time is not easy to capture in a rate survey. Let me try by putting it in historical perspective. Our company this year marked its 25th anniversary. When my partner and I built our first cable system in Tiffin, Ohio in 1964, we offered subscribers 10 channels of programming for $4.95 a month, or roughly 50 cents per channel. That service consisted of 3 duplicate CBS stations, 2 NBC stations, 2 ABCs, an independent and a local origination channel. That is to say, essentially 5 different channels of service, the rest being duplicative. In 1964, there were no special cable programs. In contrast, subscribers in Tiffin today receive 31 channels of basic programming, more than 3 times the number received in 1964. If our 1964 $4.95 rate had been adjusted annually simply to keep up with inflation, it would be $18.60 today. In fact, our basic rate in Tiffin is now $13.95. In real dollars, therefore, there has been a decrease in the cost of basic cable in Tiffin, Ohio. On the other hand, subscribers are receiving 3 times as much programming for the dollars they spend. The Tiffin system is not unusual. Indeed, it typifies what has happened in this industry. While we're looking back at 1964, I should point out that the Tiffin Advertiser Tribune, the city's daily paper, cost 7% at the newsstand that year. Today it costs 35 cents, which is a 400% increase. And in 1964, movie tickets and tiffin cost 75 cents. The price today is $4.50, an increase from 1964 of 500%. Our basic cable rate, on the other hand, has gone up 182% over 85 years, considerably less than the rate of inflation. In summary, Mr. Chairman, the GAO survey provides strong confirmation of the real effects of rate deregulation on the consumer. Contrary to some widely reported horror stories, the GAO study shows that the consumer's overall bill rose only 7% a year, including inflation. Even with these increases, subscribers receive more programming for the dollar due to the addition of new basic services. The anecdotal evidence, so heavily relied on by the industry's competitors and critics, is simply not borne out by the GAO study. Furthermore, the Bureau of Labor Statistics figures for the first 6 months of 1989 indicate that cable rates increased less than other consumer prices. Now that the Post-Cable Act correction has occurred, I am confident that cable rate increases will moderate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hofstadter, very much. Now, once again, for your information, there is another roll call on the floor, which is why the members have left to go over to the floor. We will, as a result, have to take an additional probably 3 to 4 minute recess, no longer, at which point another member will return to complete listening to testimony from the panel, and then we'll move on to the question and answer period. So at this point, we'll take a very brief recess. And then this, I want to be back.
Thank you. How you doing? You're watching a hearing on cable television rates. C-SPAN will bring you more of this session of the House Telecommunications Subcommittee in just a moment. Thanks for watching.
Good evening from Washington. You're watching C-SPAN. Be sure to join us Sunday for live coverage of the annual meeting of the National Urban League. That organization is meeting in Washington, and we'll hear from its president, John Jacob. Our live coverage begins Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. Now here's tonight's schedule. Coming up in just a moment on C-SPAN is continued coverage of a hearing on cable television rates. We'll follow that at 3:10 a.m. Eastern Time with a hearing on alleged mismanagement and fraud at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Monday's session was part of the series of hearings being held by a House Government Operations Subcommittee. Then at 8 a.m. Eastern Time is a previously recorded viewer call-in program with Senator Howell Heflin, a Democrat from Alabama. He joined us to talk about the nomination of Assistant Attorney General nominee William Lucas. After that, we'll bring you a news conference held this week by several Republican House members on use of House rules by the Democratic leadership. Join us at 9:20 a.m. Eastern Time for a roundtable discussion with 2 former congressional staffers looking at the use of House rules to shape policy. And at 9:55 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll bring you a series of speeches delivered by House Republicans on the floor this week. They also talked about House rules and procedures. That's a look at our schedule here on C-SPAN. Thank you for watching.
I remember my old man. I think that they would have called him sort of a little man, a common man. He didn't consider himself that way. You know what he was? He was a streetcar motorman first, and then he was a farmer, and then he had a lemon ranch. It was the poorest lemon ranch in California, I can assure you. He sold it before they found oil in it. And then he was a grocer. but he was a great man. Because he did his job, and every job counts, up to the hilt, regardless of what happened.
Join C-SPAN for a program looking at the Nixon resignation 15 years later. Our special features original footage, roundtable discussions, and live call-in segments. The Nixon resignation 15 years later, Wednesday on C-SPAN, beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific Time.
C-SPAN is a non-profit cooperative created and supported by the cable television industry as a public service to its national cable television audience. In addition, C-SPAN is underwritten in part by the following.
Funding for C-SPAN is provided in part by Bell Atlantic, more than a reliable phone company, an advanced telecommunications, information management, business systems maintenance, and financial services company. Bell Atlantic.
Next on C-SPAN, we continue with our coverage of a hearing on cable television rates since cable deregulation in 1986. Congressman Edward Markey chairs the House Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Telecommunications, which heard testimony on Thursday from cable industry executives and General Accounting Office staff.
Technologist, huh? Technology enthusiast.
We will reconvene the hearing and note that it is lunchtime, and we appreciate very much the cooperation of the subcommittee panel. I have a hunch that some of the subcommittee members are grabbing a sandwich at this moment, which accounts for the delay that we've had thus far. What we can do now is just kind of cross our fingers and hope that we can get an hour or so without a roll call, although we have no guarantee of that, so that we might be able to complete the hearing. And what I'd like to do now is to recognize the next witness, Mr. Peter Pratt, who is Director of Telecommunications from the city of Somerville, Massachusetts. He is here today as the representative of the National Association of Telecommunications Officers and Administrators. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. I would join my colleagues, Mr. Chairman, in begging the indulgence of the committee to be able to submit in full text my written comments that have been submitted earlier this morning.
As will be granted to all of the other witnesses without objection, it will be included in the record at the appropriate point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the National Association of Telecommunications Officers and Advisors, please let me express our sincere appreciation to you, Mr. Chairman, and to the committee for your kind invitation and the opportunity to address the subcommittee on these issues of prime importance to our constituents, the 49 million cable subscribers in America. My colleagues and I across the country are the people who process and manage the routine complaints of cable subscribers in the towns and city halls of America. We are in your debt for demonstrating the courage and the honesty to convene these hearings on cable rate escalation and to commission the GAO study before us. We believe that the GAO report describing a national trend of cable rate increases during the 22 months under study must be regarded as but a single snapshot of a very large and complex problem. Rate level increases found by GEO bespeak of a situation unthinkable in the context of any other public utility like enterprise. Even in communities, Mr. Chairman, like yours and mine, serviced by responsible operators who are capital rich, we see patterns of rapid rate increases in excess of inflation over the last decade. The 8 communities served by Warner Cable Communications to the north of Boston have, since 1983, seen average subscriber increases of 81%, an annualized increase of some 13%. It is but perhaps faint praise when I say an 81% rate increase over 6 years is moderate and not abnormal nor avaricious by industry standards. More troubling than the track record of responsible operators is the statement being made by our own American capital markets as they appraise the dollar value of the CATV industry's monopoly power. Cable properties, as recently as 1985, sold for about $1,000 per subscriber. These systems now are fetching per-sub averages in excess of $2,600. We understand what the market is saying. It is saying that these cable holdings, when amortized over 10 years, will generate revenue streams of $37 per month over and above operating expenditures. Compare that, Mr. Chairman, to today's national per-sub average cash takeout of some $26 as seen in the GAO report. You can see that the GAO documents the beginning and unfortunately not the end of punishing subscriber rate increases. NATOA asks that you continue and appreciates that you have stated here this morning that you will continue to direct the GAO to monitor cable industry behavior and to expand this first study of rate escalation. We call for a more sophisticated analysis of this situation using analytical techniques familiar to you and to your staff as you oversee the regulated telecommunication carriers also coming before you. What is, for example, the true rate of return of the CATV industry? How can we identify the actual cost of transport over cable networks versus the cost of creating programming? Where is the industry cross-subsidizing to defeat competitive entry? The two priority questions facing cable subscribers today are not if rate regulation will return, but when, and not how competition can be inserted into this market, but from whence it will come. In the matter of competition, you know it is the policy of the National League of Cities to welcome competitive information delivery resources by telephone operating companies, a practice today prohibited by the Cable Act and by the modified final judgment. Common carrier entry into the video delivery market is the only possible competitive game in town. Speaking personally as a NATOA member with consolidated CATV and telecom responsibilities, I believe it is important for all of us to remember that the monopoly powers of the telcos themselves are vast. If we allow telco entry, it must be careful. If telcos bring competition, it must be fair. If they bring remonopolization, we must regulate them accordingly. Lastly, to reiterate, NATOA requests that the GAO study should continue. It should begin to employ traditional utility analyses of the cable industry, rate of return, debt to equity, service classification, and cross-subsidization analyses in order that a new regulatory framework may begin to be erected. The cities and the Congress need to continue to work together. We thank you for the opportunity to do that, and we look forward to our ongoing relationship.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt, very much. Our next witness will be Mr. Richard Plunkett, who is the president of Fairmont Cable TV Board of Directors from the Community Antenna Television Association, Fairfax, Virginia.
May it please the chairman, members of the committee, I thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I've owned Fairmont Cable in Minnesota for 25 years. I also reside in Rochester, Minnesota, so I have a rather broad view of the cable industry, at least in Minnesota. I'd like to start out by complimenting the GAO on their report. I think that it was fair, I think it was accurate, and I think it drew the appropriate conclusions. Now, in listening to some of the testimony, I sometimes wondered whether I'd read the same report, but in checking with some of the other reports I see sitting around here, I obviously did. Because the two salient things to me and to any businessman is, what is the charge per customer? How much is that customer going to pay this today? How much will he pay tomorrow? Because that makes your product possible to sell or less possible to sell. And if I read it correctly, adjusted for inflation, the rate increase was some 8% during that period. Now, if that's gouging, if that's being irresponsible, then I guess I'm not a Democrat. Yeah, I have been, sir. I was former Olmsted County chairman.
Check that out.
I got Orville Freeman elected as governor back in 1954. I got the credentials.
Okay. John Barrymore is playing you in the movie.
There you go.
This hearing.
And I also was General Patton's bodyguard. So, but moving right along, then on the other page, I see that the cost per channel rose 1 cent per channel per year during this period. Now again, if that's gouging, if that's irresponsibility, if that's being a bad boy or girl, boy, I don't know what is. Now, that's all I can say about that. I think the thing is self-explanatory. I don't think it calls for anything else but applause for the GAO and applause for the cable industry. But I'll tell you one other thing. We have had serious situations. We have had raises, and I've seen them of 20, 40, 50. One city close to me was 100%. Criminal? No. Why? Well, I'd like someone just to pass out these charts to you gentlemen. There, would somebody be so kind as to do that for me?
Thank you, just to me.
I call it my tale of two cities. Charles Dickens Plunkett, maybe, huh? And the two cities are Fairmont, Minnesota, that I've owned for 25 years. Now, the chart here starts in 1967, but I assure you that everything was the same in 1958 in both cases. That in Fairmont, Minnesota, we were getting $5 in 58, okay? In Rochester, Minnesota, where I live and have lived since that time, they were getting $5.45 per month, okay? Now let's just keep wandering down that chart a little ways. We cut down from 1958 to 1973. Now think about that. That's a long time. That's 15 years. How much increase did they get in Rochester? What would you guess? Nothing. Zero. Okay? Fair? Come on. Okay, then let's wander on down the old chart a little more and see what's happening, see? Okay, we go from 73 down to 1983. Boy, I tell you, that's 10 years. That ain't nothing, huh? That's plenty of years. What'd they get? $1.50. In 25 years, those lucky devils got $1.50. Wasn't that wonderful? Huh? In the meantime, they rebuilt the whole system, expanded it to 12 channels, went on hands and knees to the council, and I went with them. Tried to tell the fellas, for God's sakes, be fair. And you can see in Fairmont, where I had my system, that the council was very reasonable, very fair. I got regular raises, such that when you go back to your key dates of 1986, you can see that I had achieved, what is it, $14.95 or whatever it is there. You have to interpret the chart. But at any rate, I was way up there and they're way down here. Well, what are they supposed to do? So they had to jump up, I think it's about 100%, between 90 and 100% between the period that you're interested in, and it might have been an overlapping month, I'm not just sure, because the chart isn't quite that accurate, sir. But that's my point. This happened all over the country. This wasn't just Rochester, Minnesota. And those figures are in there. They're in that report. And what I say, gentlemen, is this tells you the story. And if you're going to be fair to the cable industry, and fair to the telephone industry, fair to the broadcasters, everybody's going to benefit, and particularly the consumer. If we're going to be unfair to one of them, the consumer's ultimately going to suffer. Thank you very much, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions anybody has, anytime, any place.
Thank you, Mr. Plunkett. I would just like to amend my earlier statement. I do not believe that John Barrymore should play you. I think you should play John Barrymore. I think we might invite you back again. Let's see what. And our final witness, our cleanup hitter here today, is Mr. Richard Kessel, who is the the chair and executive director of the New York State Consumer Protection Board. Welcome.
Thank you, Congressman Markey, and I want to thank the entire subcommittee and the members and the staff for working with us and inviting me to testify on behalf of the consumers in the state of New York and certainly throughout the country. And I'm delighted, Congressman Markey, that you've indicated further hearings, and we'd love to have this subcommittee come and hold hearings in New York. In fact, I'd be delighted if you came to Long Island, where I happen to reside, where we just experienced a winter and spring of discontent where over 400,000 cable subscribers did without a particular network which provided our major league sports teams because of a dispute between a cable operator and a programmer. The fact of the matter is that this issue, believe it or not, and I know you have some experience in this area, Congressman Markey, has probably become as hot as the Shoreham issue on Long Island, which is really something to say.
We might have the hearing there.
Well, that's a great idea.
It's vacant, you know.
We'd love for you.
A lot of open space.
Right. We'd love for you to come down and visit us, though seriously, to hold a hearing on Long Island, because I know that there are a lot of people there who would like to talk about this issue. I also would ask that my statement be put into the record in its entirety.
It will be included in the record without objection.
Thank you. Let me just make several points. I do have a prepared statement, but I must tell you that one of the things that I've learned from this hearing is the fact that different experiences happen in different areas of the country. Some people in some areas, rate increases have not been that stiff. The issue to me goes beyond rate increases, but let me just point out that rate increases, in my mind, certainly in many areas of New York, have been staggering. It is our understanding, in fact, that nearly every cable company in New York State took full advantage of Cable Act provisions which permitted rates to increase by 5% in 1985 and by another 5% in 1986 with minimal governmental review. In fact, with the end of price controls, prices in New York have risen even faster. According to our own New York State Cable Commission, chaired by Bill Finneran, between 1984 and 1988, Manhattan's cable monthly basic rates rose from $11.75 to $16.95, or 44.3%. And most Long Island Cablevision affiliates boosted their rates from $15.95 to $19.50, or 22.3%. I'd stop there because I am a customer of Cablevision. I'd just like to tell you about my bill. My bill for a premium service, albeit for 2 television sets, is $78.20 a month. Now, in fact, if I want to watch, for instance, a pay-per-view event such as World Wrestling at the end of the month of August, my bill, and that's what this seems to be, it's a little comparison that I'm bringing between those of us who favor regulation and those of us who don't, my bill for the month of August will amount to $100.15. And the fact of the matter is that no matter how you look at that, that is a whopping bill. And the issue isn't just the rate of increase. We all talk about percentages here, and you know, as someone who's been in the consumer business for many years, I know how we can change numbers to look any which way. The issue to me is, what am I getting for that basic rate? My basic rate is $19.50. And the issue to me is, what comprises that $19.50? If the cost of programming, the capital costs, and a fair return on profit equals $16 or $17, then maybe that $19.50 is a fair rate. But if the cost of those services only equal $4 or $5, has been reported in some circles, and I'm paying a basic rate 3 or 4 times that, well, that makes me concerned. And I think one of the impetuses for re-regulation is to just find out exactly what makes up the basic rate. We can hear about rate increases. No one likes rate increases. And the fact is that while many things do go up in prices, many things go down in price. Many technological advances that we've made, for instance, in New York State, thanks to Governor Cuomo's rate agreement with the New York Telephone, rate increases have been frozen for several years and will not go up, or telephone rates will not be going up in New York for at least another 18 months. I've heard milk mentioned. Milk prices in New York State have actually gone down in the last 2 years thanks to open competition. So I think the issue is not so much rate increases, is whether we're being charged a fair amount. You don't know that unless you regulate. I ought to also point out that in our position, if anything, rates should have probably fallen since cable deregulation because of the expansion and the number of subscribers that have been added to the base. I think that Congressman Boucher brought up some excellent points, and I think the best one was the issue of the expansion of channels and programming. And it's interesting because last night I couldn't help but notice several channels on my basic service that were trying to sell me different kinds of bracelets and rings and other things. So in other words, when you look at the expansion of channels, and we all welcome that, and the cable industry has done some wonderful things. I must tell you that although I don't agree with Charles Dolan, who is Cablevision's head and one of the largest cable TV operators in the country, he's done some great things, giving us a 24-hour news service on Long Island. But remember, part of that basic rate is also the shop at home. So I'm paying in my basic rate to pay to buy a bracelet or an earring. And you have to really look at the quality of the programming, not just the fact that there are more channels. Again, at some points during the winter when our New York Knicks and New York Rangers were blacked out, The fact of the matter is that we got 2 weather channels, so you see, we could see. And by the way, we saw different weather predictions on the different channels. Can you imagine what would happen in your place? One would say there's a hurricane, and one would say it's sunny out. I can tell you that this issue goes well beyond the issue of news and information at sports. Believe me, we've gotten inundated with complaints about the loss of programming and the loss of sports programming, etc. We sent this subcommittee, and Congressman Markey asked us to submit a proposal, and we did, which basically asked that you seriously consider the re-regulation of cable television rates. The fact of the matter is that no one should be worried about regulation. In those areas where cable companies have been as beneficent, and as I've heard here today, I just don't know how excited I am that the cable industry is so wonderful in some areas of the country. In those areas, these companies have nothing to worry about. However, in other areas where there have been significant rate increases, re-regulation makes sense. Just let me make 2 other quick points, and I'm going to conclude.
Please.
Yes, I will. We also believe very, very clearly that in looking at this issue, you really need to look at the whole issue of cross-ownership rules to encourage competition and limit vertical control over programming. And finally, we certainly believe in open competition. I think it makes a lot of sense. In conclusion, I want to thank you for inviting me to present the consumer's point of view. Let me just assure you all that there may be some content consumers. There may be a lot of content consumers. But there are a lot of consumers who want to know why they're paying such high rates, and only through re-regulation can you know that. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Kessel, very, very much. And that concludes the opening statements from our witnesses. And now we'll turn to the question and answer period from the subcommittee members, and the chair will recognize himself for an opening round. And what I'd like to do is ask you, Mr. Hofstetter, in your testimony, you state that only a very small minority of cable operators have abused the trust placed in the cable industry. In your testimony, and I quote you, you assail, quote, a few financial players solely motivated by short-term goals, rapidly turning over systems for short-term profits. Now, if such actors exist in the marketplace, and if their conduct is a valid cause of concern, as you indicate, what, in your opinion, should Congress do in order to ensure that those types of activities are curtailed and that we do have proper protection for the American consumer in those areas where, as you state, certain of the cable operators are not conducting themselves in proper fashion?
I don't want to purport to speak on behalf of NCTA on this, but I'm certainly comfortable speaking on behalf of Continental. I think there are some demonstrable cases where simply the rate latitude was badly abused, and it was badly abused in order to justify purchase prices which were excessive. And in my view, you're well aware of the anti-trafficking provisions which apply to radio and television broadcast licenses. Seems to me it would be perfectly appropriate for this committee to look at whether such regulation might properly be applied to cable.
Okay. Well,
I should point out, having said that in the final analysis, the transfer approval resides with the municipality on approving the transfer of a license. And there is now at least one case in New York State where the state authority refused to allow the transfer for trafficking reasons.
I am aware of the anti-trafficking laws as they used to exist, but as you know, the radio and television broadcast anti-trafficking laws were taken off the books several years ago by the Federal Communications Commission, and as a result, we have seen a similar type of churning inside those industries as well. The 3-year holding period is no longer in place, and it is something of great concern to our subcommittee on an ongoing basis, and something which we're very interested in legislating in that area in the broadcasting area. Any other of the members of the panel that wish to address that issue? Yes, Mr. Plunkett.
Mr. Chairman, I really think that the rude gaze of public scrutiny should first be tried. Now, I know, and I'm not going to mention names, and everybody knows who we're talking about, though, that did some unreasonable rate raising recently. Mr. Efros in our organization immediately sent out notices to every member pointing out how unreasonable their actions were. Called these people, told them that he was going to continue pounding on the table until they did something about it, and as I understand, the rates are being backed up. So, Mr. Chairman, that would be my feeling. Is I feel that the trade organizations should try and do something first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would you have any problems, Mr. Plunkett, with putting anti-trafficking laws on the books?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot speak for CAT.
I just want you to speak for yourself.
As far as I'm concerned, I would not have any. I've owned my assistants for 25 years, and I intend to die with them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mooney, could you speak to the anti-trafficking issue?
I think we'd be happy to talk to the committee about that. I don't have a knee-jerk reaction against anti-trafficking regulation as a means of getting a handle on whatever part of this is attributable to rapid turnover in systems. Of course, we would be quite interested to know what would be the nature of the regulation and how the restriction would be imposed. But as a generic possibility, it would not seem to me to be something that we might not be for.
Okay. Mayor Boland, you spoke to the debt which has been assumed by a lot of these cable operators as they are bought and sold in very quick order. Do you believe that this issue of anti-trafficking in these types of properties is important to keep down the overall debt level and as a result the cost to the consumer ultimately in product?
Well, Mr. Chairman, obviously that's one alternative, and that's one way that would certainly partially solve the problem. I think there's many other ways to do it. I'm not saying which is the best, which isn't. I think the issue before us, though, is who takes care of the consumer per se and in what way they do it. And the issues that you hear, if you have an abuse somewhere, they have no recourse today. I can't do anything about it as mayor of a city. We used to have some leverage, and even then, with the franchise contractual agreement, it was very, very difficult to enforce. We found that out when we were trying to get some of the things done that were promised originally. So I don't have any objections to returning to that sort of constraint on the movement. But I do think it is absolutely obvious, like any other leveraged buyout, that somebody's going to have to pay for that. And when you look at the numbers, I think it's very apparent that either other revenues are going to have to come in. And one of my real fears, as one of the members of the subcommittee mentioned, that we're seeing more and more competition with the free market that we're talking about, competing with them, taking sports events and other things off that free the free providers of those services.
Okay, Mr. Pratt, what do you? How do you analyze the argument which is made by the cable industry that compensating for the rate increase comes these additional channels, services to the public, higher quality programming? How should we view that that balance as it's struck as the industry matures, in light of your position that it still represents an excessive increase in the overall rate to consumers?
Mr. Chairman, the cities say amen to expanded program offerings, to fiber optic transport as opposed to older analog systems. We want state-of-the-art technology coming into our businesses and the homes under our jurisdictions. However, how do we know where those costs are being traded off? Some of us are served by cable companies that are part of huge multi-billion-dollar media conglomerates. They produce both the programming and the actual transport devices, the distribution plant running down our streets. Where are those costs cross-subsidizing each other, as you know from the telephony world? One system in any jurisdiction could be located next to another one. One could be fully rebuilt and have rates exactly the same as the other. Yes, we want to see state-of-the-art technology continue to be deployed across the country, but whether we have that or not, it does not directly impact our rates. We are sitting out in cities being asked to sign and renew and regulate licenses, but we cannot reach these final issues of rates. So I think, again, that you are delving into these matters, including anti-trafficking, is extraordinarily important. But at some point, we have to return to a standard utility at least analytical model to answer that question.
Okay, let me ask one final question, and that would go to you, Mr. Mooney. You heard earlier today the GAO testify that there was a similar increase in rates for those cable systems that were regulated and unregulated prior to 1986, and that there are relatively comparable percentage increases in both types of systems since 1986 through the end of 1988. Would you please give us your view as to why there would be that parallel tracking of rate increases in systems that had operated under totally different regulatory schemes, one completely unregulated and presumably one tightly regulated, up through the 1986 period?
I can't say for sure, but I would hazard the guess that they may well have encountered similar experiences in terms of rising costs for programming, for copyright expenses, and for things to which all cable systems are subject, notwithstanding whether they previously were regulated or not. And of course, it is well known in our industry that since the Cable Act was enacted, not only has there been very substantial increased investment in plant, but also in programming. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I should also point out that there is one aspect of the charts in question that seem to me to be very pertinent and important, but which have not been discussed yet, which is that at the end of the period studied, the deregulated, the previously unregulated systems and the newly deregulated systems come out at a price, a dollar figure for basic service, which is quite close, within 20 cents, I think. And what that suggests to me is that the previously regulated operators sought to reach, that the previously unregulated operators, in fact, had established what the market calls for in terms of pricing on this kind of service, and the previously regulated people did not try to exceed that in order to recapture all of the revenue they had lost over the years. I pointed out 72 points over a 14-year period behind the CPI all at once, but instead acted responsibly. And I think you can quite reasonably and honestly get that out of the chart as well.
Mr. Kessel, my remaining time, I'd like you to respond to the same question with regard to that interesting phenomenon in the study that has both regulated and deregulated systems prior to 86, increasing in rates at the same pace.
Yeah, I think that, again, the issue to me is not whether a company was regulated prior to and then isn't regulated. I think I go back to what I said before. The issue to me is what any particular company is charging at any particular time and whether that charge is cost-based. I happen to view cable television as very similar to a utility. The fact of the matter is, and I think someone mentioned it before, well, you can unhook your cable television. Well, many people in New York can't do that. Many people, in fact, depend upon cable television for reception. If they didn't have cable television, they couldn't get good reception, even for those over-the-air channels. And so I think as cable television becomes more a part of our lives, and I think the industry keeps telling us, and I believe it, how important it is, it's becoming as much a necessity as a telephone is today. And while it's true you can probably live without cable television, you can live without a telephone as well. It's just becoming more and more of a necessity. And so the issue, as I see it, is that rate cost-based today, not whether or not it was regulated before or not regulated before. I don't really think that's relevant. I believe, based on the numbers that I've seen, that, that without regulation, not only can we not control those costs, but we don't have the information. You see, regulation is good for two reasons. First of all, it's good because it keeps rates fair and equitable. Yes, it allows the industry to earn a fair profit, and no one is objecting to that here. But it also makes sure that the rates are fair. The other, though, aspect of regulation, Congressman Markey, is that it gives the information to regulators. We have an excellent one in our state, Bill Finneran, the chairman of our commission, the information so that he can make those decisions. And I think that's why it's important.
Okay, I have to conclude. I still don't think we have quite the answer, though, to this question as to why, in fact, they are tracking each other, the regulated and unregulated systems, and I'm going to make sure that the GAO does that analysis for us, because I think it's a very important question we have to get the answer to, and my time has expired, and I will have to now recognize the ranking minority member, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Rinaldo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I guess if we took a look at the main costs of providing cable, you'd say it was the service itself, or what's sometimes called the rate base, and then there are programming costs added on top of that. Now, Mr. Mooney, could you tell me what would you consider to be the best way to judge whether the cable programming prices to consumers, the value, the fairness of them, the utility, whether they've increased or decreased over the past 2 years?
Well, I think increased subscribership is a good indication of whether the general public assigns value to a given product or not. And the fact that during an era of rising rates, our subscribership has gone up significantly suggests to me that we have a good product, that more and more people are becoming aware of it, and that they do assign to it the value that's reflected in its price. Now, I wish that more people felt that way. On average, 40% of households who are able to take cable still do not. That may have something to do that, again, with the fact that, again, according to the GAO, there's an average of 9 off-the-air signals available in the community of the average cable subscriber. In terms of costs, though, I think the cable business is like any other business, with the exception that we tend to be on the capital-intensive side. It takes a great deal of money to build these systems, and after you get finished paying for your programming and your salaries and wages costs and electricity and all the other things that every business encounters, we also have to amortize the cost of that plant and the debt that was taken on in order to build it in the first place. So we tend to have high cash flows, but the return on invested capital tends to be rather modest.
Mr. Huster, you wanted to comment?
I think in this debate we're losing sight of some of the pre-Cable Act environment and some of the reason this committee and the Congress in its wisdom decided to deregulate cable. The pre-1984 data was clear on the fact that where rates were heavily regulated using a rate of return kind of approach, the rates were marginally higher than rates in the rest of the nation. That when all of the money was expended on expert witnesses and expert analysis, you produced the same rate that applied in the rest of the nation. So I have a lot of trouble with someone who feels that we should have, at great expense to the subscribers, go through a process to decide what Mr. Kessel should pay to see World Wrestling. I mean, I think the market has demonstrated that it can regulate that. If he doesn't want World Wrestling at the price, he doesn't take it. And the people who do want World Wrestling at the price will take it. The pattern pre-deregulation, and I would speak to Mr. Pratt in this regard, the state of Massachusetts, long before the Congress acted, had decided that Somerville did not need rate regulation, that there were a significant number of television signals available off-air. And in 1980, the state of Massachusetts said there will be no regulation of cable rates in Somerville. So it was not, I mean, this Congress did not take a radical step in 1984. They just did what the data supported, which was there appeared to be nothing empirically gained by the subscriber by the process of regulation.
Would you say, Mr. Hostetter, that the basic cost per channel to the subscriber is a good indicator of the cost of cable service?
You can look at the financial reports of the publicly held companies, and there is no significant change in the operating margin that those companies were experiencing pre-1984 and currently. I mean, what has happened is pretty much business as usual in terms of the markup that occurs on the actual costs of operations. Margins are essentially unchanged for those reporting companies since 1984.
Mr. Kessel, I think you wanted to comment on that.
I just, again, I think that the answer to your question is very simply that the only way you do know that information is through regulation. I repeat again that regulation requires information to be reported. I mean, we have a situation here. I'm frankly amazed that cable companies, for instance, don't have to report rate increases. A simple disclosure to for instance, the federal government or the GAO. I understand the survey was voluntary in nature, but simple information like what rates are, the GAO couldn't even get from almost a quarter of the companies. And the only way you really know this information is through regulation, to understand what the nature is of the rate that people are being charged. And I think that's the crucial issue. And the other thing I'd just like to point out is, again, one of the questions here is how you view cable television. The fact of the matter is that, again, for many people, cable television is not a luxury. It's not an option. It's not in competition with movie theaters. It's not in competitions with VCRs. It's a necessity. Let me just give you one instance on Long Island, where I come from. Again, our company, Long Island Cablevision, had a charge of $4.50 for a number of years for people who just wanted to get better reception. You got the over-the-air channels, and that was it. That was $4.50 a month. That was eliminated, and most of those people are now paying $19.50, even if only they want, all they want is better reception. So it depends upon how you view it. I think regulation, or re-regulation, as you may want to call it, is a cleansing of the system. I think those companies that are good, and there are many good companies, they will have no problems with regulation. But I think the consumers of this country deserve some oversight that, as Mayor Boland said before, we don't have.
Well, you're getting some oversight this morning
And
and
we
this
appreciate
afternoon.
that.
Mr. Mooney, let me shift back to you. It appears to me, and I don't have enough facts about this, that advertising revenues have continually grown. Now, when you talk about, we've been talking, most of the discussion so far has been on subscription revenues. Now, the other side of the ledger, obviously, are advertising revenues. Do systems now receive a great deal of revenue from local advertising on basic services? And how much has that increased since deregulation? And what is the prognosis in that regard?
There has been, yes, they do receive revenues from advertising.
Has it increased?
There has been a great increase over the past several years, but the increase starts off a base that was so minuscule that it really, in total terms, still doesn't mean a great deal. I think in many companies, it's still 1% of gross. Local advertising revenues are not yet a significant factor in the equation whether cable television companies are profitable or not. It's quite small still.
Yes, but still, if advertising revenues have increased and they're generating revenue from this source, why doesn't this help to keep prices down so that we don't get the kind of complaints we've been receiving?
I don't think we can presume that to the small degree it impacts the bottom line. It hasn't helped to keep prices down, but Mr. Hofstadter here is an operator. I think he's better positioned than I to give you a real-world answer.
Well, does your association have any overall figures on advertising revenues? And
yes, we do. I haven't got it in my head at the moment. I can get it for you.
Okay. In the meantime, why don't we
just come and tell me.
Hear what Mr. Hofstadter has to say.
If you combine all non-subscriber sources of revenue, home shopping income, advertising income, both national and local, you're dealing with a number that is approximately 1% of our gross revenue. So if other costs have raised 1%, it totally wipes out this source of additional income. And clearly, as an example,
that's 1% of
1% of total income.
Of total income. And what percent
comes from non-subscriber revenues? And I would
what
point out.
Percent of total income, while you're on that, what percent of total income are your subscriber costs?
Well, it depends on whether a company's operating profitably or not. If you look at the public companies where data is available, they are returning net after tax in the 5 to 10% of gross income range.
That's not the question I asked. In other words, you have total.
That says costs are 90 to 95% of total revenue. If net income is 5 or 10%, then costs are everything
plus
else.
Amortization.
That is all costs, including direct operating costs, interest, and depreciation. But the depreciation, I mean, just so there's no confusion on it, the depreciation is real. I mean, I used in my testimony the example of Tiffin, Ohio. We've rebuilt that plant 4 times since 1965 when we built it. If we were not recovering the cost of that investment through depreciation, we wouldn't be able to rebuild that plant.
Sorry, my time is up.
The gentleman's time has expired, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Boucher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have introduced legislation which would provide for competition in the delivery of cable television services. It would set the terms and conditions under which telephone companies could enter that market and provide those services. And it also provides that in those localities where competition for whatever reason does not arise, that the local franchising authority would then have the ability to set rates for a basic tier of television service. And we define that basic tier as the local over-the-air stations and a public television station. So it blends the opening of the market to competition with a measure of re-regulation through the vehicle of rate setting. And I would like to ask the representatives on the panel today, who either come from local government or from consumer interests, to comment on the appropriateness of providing that competition. Mr. Kessel, could we start with you?
Yeah, I'd be very supportive of that. I think that competition is certainly welcome in this industry. My one concern is always that if you allow the Bell operating companies to enter, that there is some assurance that there'll be oversight over them in terms of the impact on residential telephone rates. As I mentioned, I don't know if you were here before, in New York, thanks to Governor Cuomo, we have our telephone rates frozen, and we wouldn't want to see them go up because of a cross-subsidy. But as long as there were proper regulation, I'd be very supportive of that. And I think the notion that in those areas where it doesn't happen, there would be rate regulation makes a lot of sense. I think it's a very good piece of legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Kessel. We all acknowledge the problems of cross-subsidy and realize we'd have to have severe restrictions on that. Mr. Abrams?
Yes, Congressman Boucher, I'm not familiar with the specifics of your legislation, but the concept that you described seems to me to be rather consistent with the policy recently adopted by the National League of Cities. I serve as a member on the Transportation and Communications Steering Committee, and this past year we amended our policy statement that was adopted by the full League to encourage increased competition as another factor in terms of regulating the market. So conceptually, I think we're on the same wavelength. I share the concerns of Mr. Kessel in terms of other considerations on the specifics that come out of it.
Thank you, Mr. Abrams. Mr. Pratt?
Yes, Congressman, to iterate my colleagues' support of your legislation, the National League of Cities does look towards effective competition being delivered into the broadband video delivery market at the local level through the potential properly gauged entrance of Bell operating and independent operating telephone companies. I think when you look back, sometimes a criticism of maybe the way institutions in this city work, it's the role of Congress to somehow find public policy out of competing directly identified interests. From the local perspective, our public policy goal isn't necessarily to give it to the CATV firm or take it away from the phone company or vice versa. Our public policy goal is to build infrastructures using the public rights of way that will allow the American economy to continue to compete worldwide by giving the greatest information delivery and transport mechanisms possible through what is basically, we believe, a local undertaking, and that is the use of the public rights of way. So when we say telephone companies versus cable companies, let us remember that the Bell operating companies tried to drive Mr. Mooney and Mr. Hofstadter's business out of business for about the first 2 decades of its operation. Pole attachment fees, review the litigation there. Look at major cities that today can still not be wired for cable television because of the BOC's monopolistic control over underground conduit. So I believe the model that we should be looking at is an open network architecture that will allow software and facilities integration of what are both today separate industries, but in our lifetime need not be. And if they are continued to be, remain separate industries, the larger development of the American economy will suffer.
Well, thank you for that answer. Obviously, that delves to a level of detail that perhaps is beyond the scope of this hearing. Hopefully, we'll have others that examine those questions and additional ones with regard to telco entry at a later time. But I gather you generally support the concept of providing competition and having telephone companies offer that service under appropriate circumstances.
That is the policy of the National League of Cities.
Mr. Boland, would you care to comment?
No, just to concur, that is the policy of the U.S. Conference of Mayors and National League of Cities. Competition we encourage, we need some regulatory methods if we don't have some competition there. Just some pressure to make sure that we have realistic cost and those are related to what they're charged to the consumer itself.
Thank you, sir. Anticipating the answer that Mr. Mooney and his colleagues would provide to that question, I'll pass on to another question. There have been some suggestions that, that perhaps we are seeing a phenomenon today of cross-subsidy by one category of cable consumers of another category of cable consumers. Because what is happening is that prices for the premium services seem to be dropping. And one way to explain that perhaps is that perhaps there is some measure of competition with regard to premium services. People who are watching movies on HBO can also watch movies on VCRs, or they can actually go to motion picture theaters and see movies as well. And so for that part of the cable service, there perhaps is effective competition today. And that's what's causing the rates to drop for premium services. At the same time, as the GAO study clearly reveals, rates are soaring, dramatically soaring, for basic services. And so is there any validity to the suggestion that what in effect is happening today is that basic service subscribers who tend to be poor, who tend to be elderly, who tend to be less financially well fixed than those who are subscribing to premium services are in effect subsidizing the provision of service by the premium subscribers? Mr. Abrams, would you care to begin?
Well, I won't go into great technical detail on this, Congressman, but the experience that we had in Montgomery County is one where we had anticipated cross-subsidization within tiers of basic service as opposed to premium service. And the initial contract that was negotiated had a basic tier that was intended to be subsidized by a broader range of middle class to upper middle class subscribers who would benefit from the wider range of for free and premium services. Unfortunately, the compression that's taken place has removed that function, and so the effect of it is the subscriber who came in for the no-frills basic now is being added to a broader pot of a redefined basic service. And I think that's where the impact becomes doubly egregious, because you have somebody who bought into the system at a very, very low-cost expectation, now is finding out just for the basic service, including a lot of things included in that basic tier that they never wanted in the first place, they are in effect the ones that are subsidizing other uses. I'm not sure it goes to the effect in terms of premium services yet, because that tends to be much more a matter of an individual choice and therefore becomes a little bit more cost sensitive.
Mr. Kessel, would you care to comment?
Yeah, I think that I think your question really goes to
because that tends to be much more a matter of an individual choice and therefore becomes a little bit more cost sensitive.
Mr. Kessel, would you care to comment?
Yeah, I think that I think your question really goes to the heart of the dispute that blacked out Long Island and parts of New Jersey and Connecticut with, again, our major sports programming, and that's what is in basic to begin with. I think that really is what you have to concentrate in. The question, I think, is whether the cable industry is moving in one of two directions. Either they're moving towards a system where basic is increasing, in other words, the number of channels that are offered in basic are increasing, or in the alternative, whether or not there is an unbundling of services. Right now in New York, we have a situation, again, where several companies are having what they call bundled programming. In other words, from these tiers of pay service, they're setting up, for instance, a sports network, an arts and entertainment network, a news and information network. And so slowly these programming is being broken up to the point where I happen to believe in the future we may not have really basic service anymore. You may have an access fee like you have on the telephone, but you'll have an access fee and then you'll pick from station to station. Or if you want to see CNN, you'll see CNN. If you want to have two weather channels, you pay and you see two weather channels. And that's where it's going. The thing that concerns me, I happen to, by the way, from a consumer standpoint, philosophically, that's great. We pay for what we want to see, and we don't pay for what we don't want to see. The issue is how much are you paying, though, for those services?
Okay, Mr. Kessel, the chair informs me that my time has expired. I have some additional questions that I would like to propound to this panel. I'll probably wait till a further hearing, which I'm sure we'll have on this subject, to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go into a different type of question here pertaining to franchise fees. And I would like to get a reaction from our gentleman here from the individual cities. According to the 84 Act, you could charge up to 5% of the gross revenues for your franchise fees. And I'd just like to ask the mayors what individually percent that you charge for these franchise fees, because you're all tied into the total cost of to the consumer of their cable.
Mr. Chairman, in my jurisdiction, we charge a total franchise fee right now that is approximately 4% of total gross revenues on an annualized basis.
And what does that bring into the city per year?
Into the city, it brings in, at current rates, $98,000 on a subscriber base of 17,000 subscribers, and it brings into the Access Corporation approximately $95,000, not including one-time equipment grants at the beginning of the franchise. So right now we have totaling about $190,000 in governmental and public access support fees off of 17,000 subscribers.
And what is the basic cable rate in your city?
$17.95 on a 400 megahertz 32-channel system.
Mr. Abrams?
Yes. Rockville is part of the Montgomery County system by agreement. Montgomery County does assess the full 5% franchise fee. We share proportionally in that on a subscriber basis. I have a dollar figure that we're in the range of $40,000 a year now that we're receiving, and we use that to help pay for a public access channel that was provided as part of the agreement. Our projections as to what we had expected to get in that system based on subscribership was higher than that. And so as a result, some of the programming that we had intended for that system has been somewhat delayed until subscribership reaches the levels that support the revenues.
Mr. Bowen?
We're short some communication equipment. Congressman, we receive the full 5%. And that equates to about $800,000 a year. But I might add that that is also the same system that we have for all utilities that use our right-of-ways. The electric company, the telephone company, everybody else uses the right-of-ways, pay into the system roughly the equivalent of the same cost to us as far as us doing business and using our right-of-ways to do it. There is substantial cost, and frankly, they don't call the TV station as much as they call City Hall when they got a problem. On top of that, we've got people who respond to that comes out of the same revenue source.
What is your basic fee?
$12.95, sir. We have a very modest one, a very good one. We have said that up front all the time. We also, though, like I said in my prepared statement, we have less than they offered in the bid when they came in to win the franchise, and then they won the bid on. We gave up $10 million just recently to get that, to give them some relief where they needed it. And then we also had a dollar increase the same period of time, which is roughly 9%.
Well, I guess this member is simply trying to determine, and it falls in line approximately 15% of the subscriber's bill is directly related to franchise fees, and so therefore I think this is something that has not been brought up before, and I think it's a valid point, particularly when we start talking about these basic fees. And as you testified, you can go to 5%, and two of you have went to 5%. So I just thought it would be an important item to bring up. Mr. Abrams, you had indicated that in 1982 you led the fight to get cable in, and now you have a few problems with it, but what was the basic cost in '82?
1982, the basic cost was zero because we were
Well,
just at
when
the
you did-
introduction.
all right, 83 then, whenever you
The
first started.
first system that we had in Montgomery County had 3 tiers on it. The first tier on basic service was $1.98 a month for that basic service. In order to get any of the free for cable channels but not basic tier, you were at a rate structure, I think, in the $8.95 range. And then you went on to a premium tier structure. The system could not live up to all of its commitments. Eventually, Montgomery County pulled the franchise from them, renegotiated with a successor. That successor is the one that I quoted you the current rates on, that went from $8.95 for the basic tier in 1986 to approximately, I think it's $19.95 currently.
Well, I do understand, and I think from the history that this was a particular situation out there when this whole cable was being put in, and I might ask Mr. Mooney exactly what it was entailed. Mr. Mooney, you mentioned in your statement, according to BLS, the overall CPI rose about 3% during the first 6 months of this year, but the cable components have rose only about 1.6.
Right. Yes, sir.
Do you expect this trend to kind of continue? Is there anything that would tell you it is not going to continue that way? Or?
Well, I certainly hope it will continue, and so we'd not further divert the committee. I believe, on the basis of discussions with people in the industry, a lot of our companies believe that what has gone on has essentially been a post-deregulatory adjustment, and that purely for business reasons, we should not expect to see the kinds of increases we've had over the last couple of years in 87 and 88 continue, because, of course, we do only sell to an average of 60% of the people who are able to buy it, and we'd like to get the remainder to buy it too. We certainly don't want to disincent them as a matter of price. I mean, in Mayor Boland's city, I think we only sell to 29%, which is one of the reasons that system has experienced such financial difficulty.
One other question to follow up on my first one. To your best knowledge, any of the gentlemen on the cable side here, what is the average percent charged across the country in franchise fees? Does it hit around the 4 to 5%?
Oh, it's 5, yeah. One of the things Congress did in the 1984 Act was approve an immediate increase in the federal cap on franchise fee from 3 to 5%.
Right.
And, you know, we don't begrudge them that money or the money on top of that they get for the access studios, but not to recognize that too has an effect on subscriber fees, I think, is unrealistic.
And if
Very briefly.
if the franchise fees or percent were lowered, would that be reflective on your basic cable costs?
Oh, by law. The statute would require
Right.
us to pass that back to our subscribers.
I want to make that point, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cooper.
Thank the chairman. It seems to me that this committee is putting Mr. Mooney in a very difficult position because he is a very able advocate for the industry, but we put him in a difficult position because since the passage of the 1984 Act, we've, in a sense, locked all of his members in a candy store. And he has to now defend the fact that they've all got sticky fingers. That's a difficult thing to do because we've put them in a position in which they have a monopoly, and as normal businessmen or women, it's a human tendency to exploit the monopoly. And there are some limitations on it. No one wants to be seen as too egregious in their overreaching. No one wants to look too greedy, but really aside from a little jawboning pressure here or there, or an occasional GAO study, there's no restraint on what these companies can charge. So that's almost to say that there's almost no restraint at all, and that worries me greatly. It also worries me when I hear hints of compromise, such as the proposed anti-trafficking legislation, because while that might restrain the buying and selling of some licenses, it would preserve the individual monopolies intact. It would not reach at all the central question we face of monopolies and monopoly pricing, with no oversight, no regulation, no limit to the upward spiral of prices. It also worries me when I hear that, well, this was a post-deregulatory price surge and we can expect things to moderate in the future. When cable franchisers are selling at the terrific premium that they're selling for now, they're going to have to increase rates to justify the price they've just paid for the franchise. It can be a self-perpetuating, never-ending upward spiral with no oversight, no regulation. And I think that's the major concern of members like myself. So I worry when I hear hints of compromise that don't even begin to touch the central question that we're looking at. So I'd like to focus my remarks on trying to figure out, since the GAO didn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, trying to figure out what basic costs are. And I realize that the hearing format is somewhat limited. My question time is very limited, but it's my understanding that even TCI says that the cost per subscriber of setting up a cable system is $1,000 per subscriber. Most every other observer has put the cost substantially less than that, but let's go ahead and accept TCI's numbers, which, as I understand it, is the largest cable company in America by a considerable margin. And yet, the market for these companies is going at $2,500 per subscriber, sometimes $3,000 per cable subscriber. That means that there's a multiple of 200, 300% over the cost of putting in a whole new plant. 200 or 300%, which is a huge increase when you consider that the average company in America has a hard time even selling for its replacement cost. In fact, that would be seen as a dream by many companies in America to hope to sell for their replacement cost. But in this industry, this one industry, they are selling for 200 or 300% replacement cost. That doesn't seem to ring true. So I would like to ask both Mr. Mooney and Mr. Hostetler and Mr. Plunkett, if you'd care, to estimate for me, both nationally and for his own system, what cost of plant is per subscriber, and how possibly these prices for these cable systems can be justified absent dramatic price increases in the future.
Mr. Cooper, I hope you'll allow me, without going into details, to disagree with much of what you said. You know, I think that cable basic rates have, in fact, leveled off, at least on the authority of what the BLS says has happened in the first 6 months of this year. But I guess we have a kind of fundamentally different perception of how businesses in the United States are valued when they're bought and sold. You know, I have never heard before the suggestion, and I guess I could be wrong, that businesses necessarily ought to sell for the replacement value of the hard assets. If that were the fact, broadcast stations, for example, would sell for about 1/30th of what they do, and presumably you could go out and buy Bloomingdale's for the value of the counters they use in the store and the mannequins and the cash registers. These things sell as up and running businesses. And without denying that in some instances you probably can make a case that the sales price of a system had something to do with subsequent rate increases. I think one thing I would like to advise a committee on is that these things really don't sell, you know, for so many dollars a subscriber. That's a figure that exists mostly in the minds of the trade press. They sell for a multiple of cash flow. And one of the things that's happened in our industry, as we've become recognized as a more stable business, is that the multiple has increased to more like what broadcast properties are valued at, but still way short of what, for example, newspaper companies are valued at. But in any event, selling for several times the hard assets not only is not unusual, it's the norm, and any industry that has its assets sell typically for book value or less, I think is probably in Chapter 11 at least.
But doesn't this mean that if you faced competition, that someone could come in and install a plant and still make a lot of money even though they undercut your prices dramatically? So that since we face no competition, you were able to enjoy the benefits of monopoly pricing. And so many of these instances you mentioned, like Bloomingdale's, they face serious retail competition every day. It is true in the broadcast case, they have a temporary license that now allows them a type of temporary monopoly for a given period of time, and they do sell for great prices. And I'm not defending broadcast company prices, but in general, in a competitive world, the price tends toward the cost of building a plant and competing head-to-head with you. I'm quite willing to concede there is some going concern value to a business, there is some goodwill value to a business, but the multiples that these are selling for seem to go way beyond any reasonable measure of goodwill. And cost does not seem to be a favorite subject of discussion either of the GAO or of representatives of your industry. Meanwhile, among businessmen, you hear the scuttlebutt at business clubs and things like that. The two best ways to make money on earth are to be in the cable business or to be in the soft drink business, but at least there you have Coke and Pepsi. You don't have a monopoly franchise for drinks.
Mr. Hofstadter is anxious to reply to this question. I just want to point out one thing. In your own state, there was one cable company with a series of systems whose prices apparently got way out of line with the value people assigned to it, and they went to their local governments asked that additional franchises be granted. A cable operator has shown up. I think 6 additional franchises for overbills in those places has happened. And I think what you're going to see is a marketplace cure for the problem.
How long will we have to wait for the marketplace to cure the problem nationwide?
They dropped the rates $5. The alleged bad guy dropped his rates $5 just in anticipation.
The alleged bad guy? I mean, this is probably one of the worst cable systems in America.
As soon as he got into trouble, he joined NCTA, so I have to say alleged. On the other hand, that fact doesn't stop me from raising the situation either.
I see that my time has expired.
8.5 minutes.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay. The gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Oxley.
Thank you. You're not drawing some comparison, NCTA and AA, for example, are you, Mr. Mooney?
Certainly not.
Helping people who have gone astray. Let me ask Mr. Plunkett, by the way, you're not of the Tammany Hall Plunketts, are you?
Pardon me, sir, I didn't hear you.
You're not of the Tammany Hall Plunketts?
No, sir, but I am of Joseph Barry Plunkett, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence in Ireland, who was shot by the British when he was dying of cancer.
That and Patton's bodyguard as well.
You bet.
Do you have a feeling that's happening again today, Mr. Plunkett?
I'd just like to ask, in terms of determining the value of cable service, in your estimation, what's the best way to determine what kind of value the customer is getting? We've talked about regulation, and somebody, apparently our friend from New York here, Mr. Kessel, wants to make that determination as to what that value is. Isn't it a fact that really the cost per channel is probably the most realistic way of determining value in the cable industry?
Well, I look at it a different way. Perhaps it's unique. To me, it's penetration. If I feel that, and I have 3 Class B signals in my community. I have 5 translator signals from Minneapolis that can be picked up on rooftop. And yet I've got, I believe it's about an 83% penetration in my community. And I believe that that is the best means of determining the value of my product. That I think I've done a good job and I've earned what I've got against very serious competition, sir.
What about cost per channel, Mr. Oxley?
I think it's certainly a very valid way to measure it, and as the GAO study shows, it's virtually flat over the period. I mean, there has been the rate increases have been matched by increase in product available.
Let me ask our friend from New York, how would you determine, if you were going to be in a position where you were determining value, and if you didn't base it on a cost per channel basis, what would you base it on?
Well, I think, first of all, the issue of cost per channel, I think, depends upon what channel you're talking about. I think that if you
if you just yield, you said that you felt that the value of the shopping network channels was less, and perhaps we might agree on that. But that's obviously your opinion and my opinion. Right. Obviously, somebody out there is watching that horrible stuff and even buying that horrible stuff, or it wouldn't be on the cable in the first place. Isn't that right?
Well, we don't know that.
We don't know that?
No, we don't. It depends. Again, if it's part of the basic service, maybe no one's watching it. Maybe we shouldn't just stop with the shopping network. There may be a weather channel, and this is not to, by the way, insult the weather or anything, but maybe no one's watching it, but I get it. I have to pay for it. And so to equate the cost for a weather channel with the cost, for instance, of CNN, and again, I'm not trying to make a qualitative judgment here, it's apples and oranges. As I see it, in terms of your question and regulation, I think it's a very simple thing to regulate the basic rate depending upon the cost of the programming for that basic rate, the capital investment, and a fair return on profit. We do that with utilities. We do that with electric companies, gas companies, water companies, and telephone companies.
Well, you think the cable's a utility then?
I do. Yes,
yeah.
I do.
Well, you'll get an argument out of me on that.
I know
along
that.
with some other members of the panel.
Right.
Having come from that, I guess we don't have a whole lot to talk about because we're really coming at totally different angles on this. I would find it very difficult to convince my constituents, many of whom are cable subscribers, that cable is somehow a utility. Let me ask you this. How many people have dropped off the system in the ones that you were talking about?
Well, I think people have increased, and that's my argument for why it's a utility. Again, I don't know if you were here before, Congressman, but one of the points I made is that in many areas of New York State, cable television is necessary for reception alone, for even over-the-air channels. And so the issue to me is, and I've heard this before, about the fact that customer satisfaction is based upon the increase in the number of subscribers. I don't deny the fact that there have been increased subscribers, and by the way, I don't deny the fact that there's been some very good expansion of programming. I mentioned before, on Long Island, we have a 24-hour news program that's on basic that I think is commendable on the part of the industry.
How do you know anybody watches it?
What? We don't. We don't know who, and that's the whole point of regulation. How do we know what the value is to a consumer of a basic rate without regulating it? We don't know the answer to that.
You're going to set yourself up as the judge and jury on what those people ought to watch.
No,
right?
absolutely not.
Well,
All I'm saying is that you have a basic rate that you pay. Again, for most of the people on Long Island where I live, it's $19.50. I'm not judging what the cable company puts into that basic, but I want to judge that if you add up all of those channels and the cost is I'm just throwing out a number, $4, and then you add the cost, the capital cost, and a fair return on your profit, and it comes to $6, and I'm paying $19.50. There's something wrong with that. That's where I think regulation needs to come in. I don't think that the federal government or the state government ought to tell a cable company what programming ought to be in that basic service, except in one instance, and that's where there's programming in the public interest. For instance, I'm sure that everyone watches when my local congressman is on cable television, and that's part of free information, and it's an important thing. But I think beyond that, I don't want to see us regulate that. But I do think that we have the right to be charged a fair price for our programming. You can only do that through regulation.
Well, I just think we have a fundamental disagreement. I mean, what happens with the consumer? Isn't he, in our system, isn't he supposed to determine what's fair and what's not? If that consumer who doesn't believe that that Cablevision is equal to water and sewer and heat and light, decides that he's paying too much for that basic cable, then he just gets off the system. And my question is, and it was obvious that people have actually increased on the system, not decreased.
Congressman, if that were the case, there are a lot of people in this country who would have no lights, no telephone, no water, and no gas because we're not happy with any of the rates. I believe, and I think we have a fundamental difference here, that cable television is becoming a necessity for most of this country. And therefore, you cannot say that just because you're adding people that necessarily means that people are satisfied with the rates that they're paying. I'm not satisfied with many rates that I'm paying, but it's a necessity that I have to have.
Gentleman from Ohio's had about 7 minutes.
Could I yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania just briefly?
Very briefly.
30 seconds, Mr. Chairman. I've got to just chuckle here because anybody, I mean, from what we've gone through over the years on this committee, learning about the actions and pricing and efficiencies of utilities, we all shudder at, I would think, left, right, and center at the idea of creating yet another pseudo-governmental utility that doesn't pay real attention to markets, that really ends up with cost-plus pricing. And to those of us on this committee, when somehow it comes across that at a utility somehow consumers are going to do better because it's a utility, we kind of shudder because we're experienced with how utilities pass on costs, don't respond to competition, and essentially act more like monopolies than anything you would like to call a monopoly. But thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. We are going to obviously have to come back. I want to see if I can get one question in, though, to you, Mr. Hostetter, because clearly for those of us who want to make sensible policy, legislation, oversight, getting a handle on the costs of this industry is going to be everything. Now, the GAO said the average cost of the most popular basic cable TV subscription was $24.68 per month. That comes to a little under $300 per year, $296.16 per year as of the end of '88. Now, the staff did a little bit of rough mathematics, and they said, in effect, you multiply this figure by the number of cable TV subscribers, about $49 million, and you get to this very rough math of an estimated industry-wide basic subscription revenue of about $14.5 billion.
May I just interrupt for a second? That is not basic. The $24 a month is not
total.
Basic. Total.
Okay,
yes.
Total. But your testimony touched on capital investment, basic programming, franchise fees, and taxes totaling about $2.2 billion. I guess my question is, and to me, this is going to be the key to making policy or doing oversight, is where does the industry's revenue go? Now, if you take the difference between 14.5 and 2.2, you say that's a huge sum of money, that's $12 billion. There's got to be more to this story than that. What can you tell us about where this revenue goes and any suggestions on how government is going to get a handle on these costs?
Well, number one, various governmental bodies looked at this pre-deregulation, and those costs are well documented. Approximately half of the industry's gross revenue goes to the payroll, the rent, the utility rents, the insurance, the vehicle costs, all of the components of providing the service that we provide. An additional roughly 15% will go to for program supply for the product that we buy, the HBO services, the CNN services, et cetera, and the balance goes to pay interest and amortize the capital that had been invested in the system. And I mean, those are not mystery numbers. They're available to anyone who wants to go to the SEC and get the public company reports.
Well, I think there has been a lot of difficulty in getting post-deregulation information on these costs. I mean, you say you can just show up and get the reports. Do we have any post-deregulation measures compared to pre-deregulation measurements?
Well, again, I would say roughly 60% of the companies in the cable business are the systems are owned by public companies. You have quarterly reports at the SEC on every one of those companies. The information is not a mystery.
Well, as I say, we have this vote. We're going to have to take a break, let us say, for 20 minutes, and I would like to come back and pursue this with you, because I have a real question today about whether post-deregulation government has a decent handle on these costs. And for those of us who want to make sensible policy in this area, that is really going to be, the prerequisite to going about this task rationally. So let us pursue this in 20 minutes or so.
Oh, you mean a permit?
Subcommittee will come back to order, and Mr. Hostetter, let me pick up with you again on this question of costing and what I think is really the fundamental question if we're going to make any sensible policy. Now, you have said that most of what you believe is important is available. Let me just ask, say, about a basic service, ESPN. That is one that is considered expensive. In these public reports, for example, that you mentioned, would those public reports have information on the costs of ESPN?
Well, ESPN's rate card is a matter of public information, and trying to help you on this, Congressman, if you would like the trade association or any of the witnesses to submit the program service costs, that's easily available. Additionally, the majority of the industry are reporting companies to the SEC, and that information can be obtained from the SEC.
Let us take you up on your suggestion. If you would give us that information so we could begin to sift through it, because you obviously are of the view that a good portion of this is available publicly, and I was not of that understanding, but let us take a look at that information, and I think that'd be.
Let me just reiterate, it really misses the point to say that the costs here are what we pay suppliers for programming, because
that's not my assertion. My assertion is that we ought to go out there before we start making policy, except in some areas such as what I touched on many hours ago, which seems to me basic, such as things like anti-trafficking, and I gather that you voiced some willingness to look at that as well. If we're going to do this sensibly, we're going to have to find out what the basic costs are in the post-deregulation era, and we're interested in working with you all on doing that. One other question I had at this time deals with the Lifeline question. According to the GAO survey, fewer than 20% of the surveyed systems provided discount rates for elderly or low-income people, either Lifeline or something similar to that. Do you consider that an acceptable response at this point, or should additional steps be taken, either through government or through the industry or in some combination, to try to address the special needs of low-income people, elderly people, and others who find these services particularly important?
Well, let me start by asking or raising the question of what the definition of Lifeline service is. If Lifeline service is broadcast television, then our company, for one, which is 5% of the industry, we provide a broadcast-only tier in 95% of our systems for $6 or less. And a total of 1% of our subscribers are on that service. What subscribers want and what subscribers are willing to pay extra for is the CNNs, the TNTs, the Discoveries, the C-SPANs, the new product which cable has added to the programming mix. So I think it's hard to argue. I mean, the analogy to me is water may be a necessity, but soft water isn't a necessity.
I'm not making that argument. I would then rephrase it. Do you think the cable industry needs to take additional steps at this time to make services available to low-income elderly, low-income citizens generally?
I think it's a trend that will increase. I think it should and will increase.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Mooney?
I agree with that. I think there has developed in the industry over the past year a great deal of interest in that, and in fact would hazard the guess that even since the GAO study was completed last year, quite a few of our companies have gone forward in that area. Up to about, I'd say, the beginning of this year, when that was done, it tended to be done as a result of judgments made on the system level, but rather than on the corporate level. But increasingly, the people who are running things at the corporate level have become interested in that too. And some companies, including but certainly not limited to Mr. Hostetter's, have gotten quite aggressive.
One last question for you, Mr. Hostetter. I come from an area, and I touched on it earlier, where the city cable department has found increases of 80–90% since 1984. Now, folks in Oregon are going to hear about GAO surveys and debate back and forth as to whether the overall rate of increase has been 15% or 20%. What do we say to our constituents in communities like that? And I think my colleagues have mentioned some others. what do we say to our constituents in those communities where there have been these kind of rate hikes?
Could I help on that?
Sure.
I'm not claiming to be prescient, but having some expectation, you might raise that, because we saw in the trade press that the cable administrator in Portland had, I guess, sent a memo to the city council saying 90% in the system that serves one half of the city and 82% in the system that serves the other half. What we were able to glean just in the space of the last 36 hours is that in the system, which was alleged to have raised rates 90%, that's TCI, and TCI, of course, has been the company in the industry most aggressive in discontinuing second set connection fees, remote fees, and in lowering the price of the premium services. The average increase in the subscriber bill was only 19%. And you know, I think that 19% is not inconsequential, but on the other hand, it's not 90%. With respect to the other system, serving the other half of the community, we were told that about 70 to 80% of that rate increase took place prior to deregulation, and that the city had signed off on it, presumably for good reasons. So I just use this not only to respond to the Portland situation, but to make the point that in a lot of these horror stories, there frequently is much more to it than the simple percentage number that's given.
Well, I think it is a fair comment to say that there are a variety of factors, to it. But what your constituents, of course, see is the bottom line. Your constituents look at where the monthly rate was in '84, and your constituents look at the bottom rate as it is today. And if anything, this concern that I have seen locally reaffirms my interest in trying to get a handle on what the costs really are about. Because if we're going to set about policy of either through oversight or through legislation addressing these post-deregulation issues, if we can't even determine, what some of these rate increases have been, we're certainly not going to be able to go on to other kinds of issues. And we will await your further responses in terms of getting us this information on the cost questions. And
a useful byproduct of the GAO study is we now have some national averages, both for basic rates and total rates and number of channels available. And I think, if nothing else, that has created a public relations burden on companies that would charge rates that are substantially different from those averages. I think they have to justify it in terms of more services than might be available in the average system.
Well, again, your constituents don't come to a town hall meeting and talk about national averages. Your constituents come and talk about whether it's raining on their particular house. And obviously my colleagues, particularly those that are attending these hearings, feel that in their area there's been a substantial amount of rain, and that's the concern.
Well, the presumption should not be made that the rate before deregulation was a proper one. I mean, you now have got some measure of what over the full universe, what rates are tending to be.
I'm not a member who wants to go back and relitigate about yesteryear. I want to set about the business of making sensible policy from here on. And 5-6 hours ago, when Chairman Markey gave us a few minutes, I thought at the very least we ought to do something about the churning that is going on in the business. We ought to do something about the low-income people, and certainly on the basis of 5-6 hours in the time that I've been able to be in this hearing, I think we better get a better handle on the costs in this industry so we can set about making policy in the future. Mr. Plunkett.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make the comment that in our system in Fairmont, we always have and we still do give preferred rates to the low-income housing units as well as the mentally retarded units. We wired all of the schools, parochial and public, for no cost and charge them nothing for any of their hookups.
Well, many systems do that, and we recognize that, and that's not what is at issue. What was at issue was the GAO finding of fewer than 20% of the systems having discounted services for the low income. Mr. Hostetter makes the point that you calculate that figure in a variety of different ways, and we're going to have to explore that issue some more. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned cost, and And just taking up on what you were talking about, dealing with costs and trying to deal with them just a little more comprehensively, perhaps a little more accurately, I would submit that the GAO's unofficial conclusion that we need to reconsider rate re-regulation is not considerate of the full range of data, and I would urge that our committee ask, and this to some extent is following up on Mr. Markey's questions, ask the GAO to come back with some consideration of this full range of data and perhaps revise even or reconsider their own unofficial conclusion, because they dealt only with the basic rates.
But if the gentleman will yield, I think his point is a valid one, and Chairman Markey has directed the GAO to do that.
And I would like to add that in making a more inclusive judgment, that the total rates, the basic plus premium rates, be considered, that which grew by 8%. I also think what we've missed here is, in the post-deregulation age, a lot of investment, a lot of sunk capital for good, better services, for expanded services, more sophisticated services, has gone into play. And so I think we also need to consider some of the investments in plant and equipment that have been made. And I think we also need to consider a little bit about rate base. And what GAO has done is isolate 2 years out of 2.5 decades. And those 2 years are immediately following 2.5 decades of regulated service. We already have some data to indicate that maybe things are changing, maybe they're not, in the last 6 months. But to base a conclusion for re-regulation 2 years out of the starting gate after 2.5 decades of regulated service, I think is really premature. And again, I'm not sure how this unofficial conclusion was arrived at, but I really think it needs consideration. I have one question that I'd like to ask, and it relates to the horror story syndrome. As I understand it, and Mr. Abrams unfortunately is not here, but perhaps there are others here who can address it, particularly National League of Cities. Isn't it true that the entire Rockville experience is almost unique and bizarre, and they haven't gotten their 60-channel system yet? Well, but the rates continue to rise. Initially, Tribune United had promised to build a 120-channel system with state-of-the-art capability, and they weren't going to charge any money. And isn't it true that there's a kind of negotiation that goes on between the franchisor and the franchisee that becomes highly unrealistic, and that them that promises the most gets it, but then once they got it, they can't possibly live up to it. So, you know, I heard rates like $1.95 now, you know, and then and also the lines are buried in the ground, and I'm thinking $1.95, that's pretty cheap, you know, compared to the national average. And I'm thinking, you know, something is awry there. So these rather large percentage increases, I think there's some explanation for that. If somebody wants to just fill in the blanks there.
Mr. Congressman, let me help you with that. And I think that the Montgomery County situation was not only unique and bizarre, but so much so indeed as to be legendary. My recollection of it is that the county was so intent and fixed on getting what it regarded as a state-of-the-art system that it contracted with the Tribune Company, which since has gone out of the cable business, and the Tribune Company built what amounted to a beyond the state-of-the-art system, and that the thing didn't work. And it was a dreadful situation out there. The plant literally couldn't do the basics of what it was supposed to do, including deliver TV. And they finally, Tribune finally threw up its hands, sold it to Hauser. Hauser had to pull out most of that plant and replace it. And only now are many households in that county coming online. And I think that this is a kind of a parable of one of the things that can happen if you try to drive the technology and use the technology to drive the development of markets. Every once in a while, you end up going beyond the technology. And so when people talk to you about state-of-the-art telecommunication systems, I think we should always have, at least in the back of our minds, the recollection of what happened in Montgomery County when that whole thing got out of control, and the people who lived there, who I think only wanted to get, movies and sports, had to wait an additional 4 or 5 years to get it.
Right.
Mr. Congressman, the cities believe your point is a good one, but let's turn the question around. Number one, I think the cities could give strong evidence that post-franchise award renegotiations are not anomalies just centered in Rockville, Maryland. Look at Pittsburgh in your home state. Look at Milwaukee, Houston, Dallas. You're talking about major big technology. Mr. Mooney is precisely right. Promises of big technology, interactive, 500 megahertz systems. The city of New York outbound boroughs are just being built today because our colleague Mr. Tarsis there had to negotiate for I don't know how many months to get a realistic system that the companies could turn around and say, well, we did sign the license, but here's the system we can actually afford to build. Your point is absolutely a legitimate one, but you have to look at it from the city's point of view. As a cable administrator, how am I currently incented in a completely deregulated environment but to do anything but to get all the gravy back to my subscribers and back to my city as possible? I get absolutely no payback if I say, well, don't build the institutional network in the schools. Don't hook up to the fire stations. We're not going to require fiber optic to the hub sites. Because as what we're trying to say today here, Mr. Congressman, is we believe there is no restraint on rates. This industry will push the outer envelope of what it can collect in rates to its maximum possibility. We agree with you absolutely. People in my profession would love to be presented with the options to say, for this, you get this. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Selectman, Mr. Councilman, what are your priorities here? Is it public access? Is it educational access? Is it stable rates? But right now, with inefficient cost accounting systems and no incentive to do that, we cannot possibly do that.
Yeah, I guess my point was that there is some bit of fantasy sometimes in the initial negotiation what is requested, and that is usually what is requested by the city. And then in response to that, somebody is going to say, I can do it, and I can do it for price X. And what happens, especially in that originally regulated climate, you end up conceivably with situations which are well below cost. And I think the Rockville situation is a shining example. And it's interesting that he presented that as the situation, because it almost proves not his point, but the opposite point, that some of these negotiations almost stimulated sharp increases in rates, as opposed to somehow the sharp increase in rates was a result of gouging. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Congressman, may I follow
Yes.
up on that just a moment, though? In our case, we had 7 bidders come in on the particular proposal we had. We left it very open. We said, you tell us what you're going to build. They told us what they were going to build. They put it on the table before us. We evaluated it. We spent almost a year trying to come to the right conclusion, and then we don't get delivered what we signed the contract for. Now, whose problem is that? Is it the city's, or is it the person that promised that? And in this instance, I say it's a provider. We didn't make them sign that. We didn't make them come in with the bids that they gave us on the table. And now we've gone back, like I said, just recently with $10 million, and that's not all of it. But we've agreed on a $10 million reduction of what they were going to provide services for and how they were going to do it. We're supposed to take the best bid put before us, and if they sign that, we expect them to deliver it. And when we don't put in the specs, very specific specs, and we ask them to tell us what they can do, we hope that they understand that they know what they can deliver and ask us to do that. Secondly, as a follow-up today, before we leave, and I've got a plane to catch in just a moment, I think there's one thing that's very, very evident to me, that where you have an industry where there is no monopoly, there's plenty of competition, that will take care of the rate itself. That will take care of competition like in the business I'm in. I own a retail chain, and it takes care of it very, very rapidly and very effectively. But where you have a great deal of this service that does not have competition, that is indeed a monopoly to deliver certain services to the public, we do not have any way to regulate that to make sure that we get the services we're paying for and that we can deliver that to our consumers at the best possible price. So we need one way or the other to handle that, whichever way it is, whether it's competition, regulation, or both.
Right. The gentleman's time has expired, and what I'd like to recommend right now is that we wrap up the hearing by asking each of you to give us your 1-minute summary of what it is that you want us to remember as we now begin to look at this whole area of cable and its service to the consumers of this country. And you could be very helpful right now is if you could very succinctly, in 1 minute, leave with us your thought that we ought to retain as we go through our deliberations over the next several months and into next year. It could be very, very helpful. And what we'll do is we'll start with Mr. Pratt and then go right down in order through the panel for a minute apiece, and then we'll wrap up the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the cities could leave you with one point, it would be, number one, we are grateful. We are grateful to be heard today. Now that the level of cable penetration is building in the United States, we feel that it is time that we are fully, again, heard here at the federal level of government. You last heard from us in a major way in 1984 as we worked together on the Cable Act. We think in retrospect, the cities and consumers possibly should have fought harder for our interest or should have understood our interest more. That's water under the dam at this point. What the cities are saying is we believe cable television is today effectively a monopoly. We are recommending and appreciate that you are going ahead with the continued study by the GAO. We suggest that you adopt formal classical utility analytical models to help us build a new regulatory schema around this industry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Mr. Kessel.
Yeah, I would just like to say my sense in leaving this committee is very helpful, and thank you very much, Congressman Markey, for providing us with this opportunity. I also think that further study is needed, but there are many people out there who feel that now is the time to begin to take steps towards some form of rate regulation. I think it's essential. I would hope that you would recognize the fact that if nothing else, this hearing today showed that there are many different situations and conditions in many different areas of the country. And that's why I think regulation is appropriate, where companies behave appropriately and are fair in terms of their rates. They have nothing to worry about. In other areas where the rate increases are exorbitant, then those companies can be controlled. So as far as I'm concerned, I think the evidence is clearly there right now to initiate some form of rate regulation on the cable industry.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Boland.
Mr. Chairman, we thank you for having this panel today and a chance for us to give you the information that we bought from our local communities. I think there's two things that are very evident. Number one, this industry is far different than it was 5, 6, 7 years ago. The penetration throughout America, the households they serve, it's a different beast today than it was then. And who knows what it'll be 5, 10 years from now. And secondly, I think it's obvious, I just said, that in the areas where we have competition, that'll take care of it. In the areas that doesn't, we need regulation in some way to control from the consumer standpoint, the product they get and what they pay for it.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mooney.
Well, going back to the GAO report, I mean, the bottom line of the GAO report is that we are providing an average of 32 channels of television to consumers for an average price of $14.77 a month, which is less than 50 cents a day. And according to the tables of the report, an average of 23 of those channels are cable TV channels, not broadcast channels. Now, a report commissioned earlier this year for the National Association of Broadcasters says that people generally think our programming, in terms of cultural programming, educational programming, children's programming, and general entertainment programming, is now superior to that found on broadcast TV. I think we're giving people a good deal. And what this argument really is about is the fact that the rate went up $3 over 2 years following deregulation. I think that's really all it's about in terms of this report. Finally, speaking personally, I am tired of the relentless antagonism that has gone on between the city organizations and the cable industry, and I'm glad to see Mayor Boland here, because we've known each other both officially and unofficially for a few years. You spoke at our convention, I think the last time in Dallas. And, you know, there ought to be ways that we can work together. I'm glad that the NLC and as of today, the Conference of Mayors have responded to our proposal that we at least try to get together to see if we can work out recommended federal standards on signal quality. And maybe if we cooled off the constant argument and instead tried to concentrate on getting something done here, we could resolve more than has heretofore been resolved.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Mr. Hofstadter.
Mr. Chairman, I think the GAO study puts in context a lot of what has previously been anecdotal evidence. And the irrefutable conclusions of the GAO study are that the average subscriber's monthly bill has gone up 14% over a 23-month period following over 15 years of rather harsh rate regulation. That, to me, is not justification for a return to regulation. We have here a number of professional regulators whose livelihood depends on creating a process in which consultants and professional staff need to be retained by municipalities to sort out rate requests. And I think what's demonstrated is that in the first 2 years of deregulation, we've made a temporary adjustment, and we already see the CPI for the first half of 1989 showing cable rates increasing at less than the Consumer Price Index. I would urge you to take some care in reversing what was, in my view, a wise decision that Congress made in 1989, which is that with a few exceptions, there is effective competition to cable, and those exceptions have been specifically carved out and left to the FCC to determine what rate policy should be appropriate. Now, if somehow that line has been drawn too narrowly, the FCC has an opportunity to review that. But in the vast majority of cases, there is effective competition, and there is no call for the professional regulators to be reemployed.
Thank you. And Mr. Plunkett.
May it please the chairman and members of the committee. General Patton always used to say, you can tell the difference between a horse and a jackass because the jackass brays the loudest and the longest. I don't intend to be a jackass, and I would like to have you remember, if you would, sir, that the 8% increase in cable rates for the average consumer, for the average subscriber, for the basics, is one of the most important things in their GAO report. The second thing is that cost of channels increased 1 cent per channel per year for 2 years. And the third and the last thing is, remember the tale of two cities, Fairmont and Rochester. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done in ending this hearing at this point. But I want to tell you, Mr. Plunkett, that you're already a finalist for Favorite Witness of the Year in this committee. And there is a unanimity of opinion on this committee that you have brought something here today that this committee is sorely lacking in many days, and we appreciate that. I will note that 18 of the members of the subcommittee attended today's hearing. That is the largest number that have attended any hearing that we've had this year. And that in and of itself speaks to the interest in and importance of the issue that we're debating here in the subcommittee. And it further, I think, demonstrates why the subcommittee has to send the GAO back into the field to answer the questions, to flesh it out in a way that gives us a much more detailed and sophisticated analysis of what is going on out there in the cable marketplace as they affect their relationship with the consumers of this country. What we are going to try to do here as a subcommittee is to use the resources of the panelists who are here and the organizations which they represent in an effort to put together a complete picture of what is happening out there. And in that way, I think we'll engage all of the issues that the people who have been sitting at this panel and the subcommittee members have raised in the course of the day. And I think that that is, however, the only basis upon which we ought to be debating these issues. We have to get the facts. We've got to lay them out there. We're going to be calling upon the League of Cities and the mayors and others to answer detailed questions, which the subcommittee will be submitting to them in hopes that you could help us to develop the information that we're looking for. And as well, we're going to be looking to the cable associations to as well cooperate fully with the GAO and with the subcommittee in answering some of these questions that still have eluded our grasp in terms of the factual documentation, which I think is necessary. But nonetheless, I think it's quite clear that there is tremendous interest on this subcommittee in this issue. Congress is a stimulus response institution, and there's nothing more stimulating than being called by your constituents with regard to unwarranted increases in your cable subscription rate. And I think we've heard from enough members this morning to know that although it might not represent a majority of the cable operators in this country, there is enough widespread incidence of this practice to give enough members of this committee cause to come here and spend the bulk of their day at a hearing of this nature. And so we're going to now move forward. I will have to consult with the subcommittee members with regard to which course we should pursue at this point, but it will be in a full investigation of all of the issues that have been raised so that we can, in fact, move forward in a way that gives us the kind of policies that are going to benefit the consumers and industry. And I think that is the goal that we have and something that which is achievable. I want to thank you very much. The interest that the members showed is matched by the patience of our panelists. The hearing has now gone on for about 5.5 hours, and we very much appreciate your contribution, your patience, and look forward to working with you in the future. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I got to run. Seeing you.
Yeah, we'll be at your flight. Right now.
And that concludes this hearing on cable television rates. If you'd like more information, you may contact the House Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Telecommunications, 316 House Annex No. 2, Washington, D.C., 20515. And next on C-SPAN, a hearing on congressional investigations of the Housing and Urban Development Department.